Hi Matthew, this is Robert here from Canterbury, and Fletcher's here as well.
Hello.
And we're sending greetings right across the Atlantic with much love and prayers to you and Tom and Becky. We know that this room that I'm sitting in, the green room in the south tower of the deanery, is a room that you've used as your bedroom as a pilgrim so many times, and we miss you here. So we thought we'd send you a virtual journey around Canterbury. We've been helped by so many of our staff, and they've told stories, and they've reminded you of things which you yourself did when you were here. And perhaps you'll have some new stories that you won't know about, but we've enjoyed making it. It's taken us several months, but here is something you can enjoy bit by bit, perhaps right over Christmas, and we shall be thinking of you all the time, as we hope you'll be praying for us as well. So sending lots of love, and from Fletcher and me and Lily here, whom you'll remember too, and we hope that this will bring us nearer a virtual pilgrimage to Canterbury.
Lots of love, Matthew.
Matthew, it's Cressida in the archives, and I know you're not able to visit us, so we've put together a virtual visit for you, remembering many, many wonderful visits that we've enjoyed when you've come here to Canterbury and been able to share your extraordinary love and enthusiasm for this place, for its work and for its history. So I'm really thinking about that now. I was reflecting what to show you and made a very obvious choice. It's the Monday, the 20th of September. So it's the eve of the feast of St. Matthew. And my son is called Matthew as well, so I've always enjoyed looking at items relating to Matthew in the collections here, and indeed in the cathedral. So let me show you 3 things from the archives collection. So here I have the fantastic Gospel of St. Matthew from the medieval library of St. Augustine's, and I wonder whether you've enjoyed seeing this on one of your visits. Possibly not. It's not an item that actually I often get out, so it's lovely to look at it today. So this is a mid-12th century manuscript copy of just the Gospel of St. Matthew, with the text in one column and then it's glossed, so commentary on either side. And as I said, it formed part of the medieval library of St. Augustine's Abbey, and it came back to the cathedral in the 17th century. Now, a companion volume, a Gospel of St. Luke, does also survive and is currently in private hands. That has the original binding. This doesn't. This has a more modern binding. But it's still a very, very beautiful thing. Such lovely script, with here a lovely illuminated letter L. And this is right at the beginning of the Gospel. So the description of the genealogy of Christ. So a beautiful hand making out the text from the Gospel in the central column, and then smaller hands all the way around the outside. So a lovely book with lots of evidence for its devotional use. So a book like this would have been used for study. So with the monks obviously studying and venerating the main text of the Gospel and then learning from the glosses and the commentaries around in the margins. It's also a really fascinating volume because of its history. So included in the volume are press marks, so very, very clear evidence that it formed part of the library at the Abbey and was shelved in a particular place. There is also evidence for the book having been pawned, if you like, actually to the Jewish community in Canterbury. So the book was used to raise funds maybe for a temporary need, but then secured back into the Abbey's collection. So all sorts of layers of interest and use in this particular volume. So it's a real pleasure to be able to share it with you today. I'm just going to swap it over for the book here in this very, very special case. And again, I'm not sure whether you've seen this item, which is a huge treasure for our collections, but we haven't had it for very long. We actually managed to purchase it for the cathedral in the summer of 2018. So you might have seen it, but I'm just not so sure. So this is a complete Bible. There we saw just the Gospel of St. Matthew. This is a complete Bible, called a pocket Bible, for quite a large pocket maybe, but it does manage to get the complete text of the Bible into one volume. So while this is mid-12th century, this is later. This is later 13th century. And it is known as a French pocket Bible because it was almost certainly produced in France and almost certainly in Paris. So this, again, it's in a modern binding, has a much, much smaller text because that's what's required to get the complete text of the Bible into a volume, again for personal study. And like the first item, it's written on parchment or vellum, a very, very, very fine vellum, entirely by hand, quite extraordinary. So I'll find Matthew for you in this volume, and that will require me to wear some glasses, which I have acquired since we last met, because the writing is quite so small. And glasses are significant for this volume, because glasses were invented by the time this volume was produced, because actually it would have been almost impossible to read for most people without some sort of visual aid. So we have Matthew here, and there's a lovely little illumination which we'll include in the film for you. So this volume is written in black ink, but there's some lovely colour. There's red and blue picking out the initials, and with some simple decoration on every single page. And then on individual pages there are illuminations, so tiny little pictures, including one of course of St Matthew, pictures that are really no larger than a standard postage stamp. Again, there are margins around the text here, but there are very few annotations. It's a very small format volume, so it wasn't designed so much for glossing and commentaries and annotations. It was designed for personal use, but also probably for travel, for taking out and about, because these Bibles were produced in the later 13th century, very much a time when the orders of friars are emerging and developing, so friars travelling, preaching the gospel, teaching, particularly in urban centres, and those friars needed a volume to take out and about with them. So what about the history of this particular Bible? Because it's often the text, but also its provenance and its story which is of interest to us. Well, that has a fascinating story to tell, because we know that this Bible was owned by one of the last of the monks of Canterbury on the eve of the Reformation. So this Bible was in the possession of a man called William Liefeld, who was the sacrist, equivalent, if you like, to Chris Crooks, our vestourer, although a monk, of course. It belonged to William Liefeld, and he was one of the last batch of monks here when the monastery was dissolved. So it's that knowledge that makes this Bible so extraordinarily special for us. We know that it was here at the Cathedral at the Reformation. We don't know a huge amount what happened to it afterwards, and we're not completely clear about its history before William Liefeld acquired it, but he certainly owned it because his name is inscribed inside. And it's that fact that led us to pursue purchasing this. We did manage to purchase this in a live auction in July 2018 and were successful. We managed to raise a huge amount of funds from external bodies. So we've brought this Bible home. It is the only complete illuminated medieval Bible in our collections, and it is, and for us, an extremely rare survival of the book collection that was here in medieval times. So very, very special for us. Leonie and I brought it back from London after purchasing it in the stained glass van on a very hot day in July. So both of us remember that very well indeed, because it came with a significant price tag, but worth every penny. So a very, very precious volume. And Arianna is going to tell you a little bit more about its care and conservation. And then finally, another volume here. Again, not in its original binding. So few of our books are, but that's part of their story. So this is a volume of the commentary on St Matthew's Gospel by St John Chrysostom. And It's later, so we have 12th, late 13th. This is mid-14th century. Again, manuscript with lovely use of red and blue. Not complete. And I've just opened it to a page which is telling us about Jesus gathering together his disciples. 2 columns of text here, and an interesting provenance. At the front it tells us that the volume was owned, and it says just here, by William Bentham. So we do know a little bit about its later owners, but not much about where it was written and who used it in medieval times. So that's just, as you know, a few things from our fantastic collections here. It's been lovely thinking about them. It's been lovely choosing them especially for you. So I hope you've enjoyed this little virtual tour and this celebration of Matthew.
Hello, my name is Ariane Langrida. I'm the Book and Paper Conservation Manager here at Canterbury Cathedral. I'm sure Cressida has showed you or explained more about the Liefeld Bible, and I will tell you more about the conservation process. So this is the Liefeld Bible, which is it's in a late 18th, early 19th century binding. Its original binding, which would have been from the 14th century, is unfortunately lost. So, and you can see this typical late 18th, early 19th century binding might be in the style of the owner, who's chosen to make it match their library, or the old binding was broken and it needed rebinding. The Liefeld Bible has got, what's quite interesting in this binding is it's got a doublure style end paper, which is quite common from the 18th century onwards, and it's got very thick paper and a silk lining on it. When the Liefeld Bible came to us, it was broken in half, and the binding, or the cover, was detached, and it had a sort of 20th century repair on it, which made it very difficult to handle it. So we need to make sure we can do some measures to that the public can handle it again. So I taken the spine off in that process, and what was really interesting was that there were different sewing stations visible. So you could see the still current sewing which is marked in a triangle. You can see that in this image, and the one which is marked as a circle shows repairs from the 20th century, where they sewn into the grooves to put in hemcord to sort of do a quick fix, and the question mark is the first sewing stations, or the first sewing that was in the 14th century. So that's quite interesting to see what has happened to the book. So it wasn't much intervention in the conservation process. It was trying to get the broken text block back together and stitch it back together, and then reattach the covers, do a new spine lining and reattach the covers, and colour some paper to attach into the joint area in the same sort of dark blue colour that was there from the previous repairs. So this makes it sort of usable again, and as with every late 18th, early 19th century binding with vellum, it's not really suitable and fit for purpose, so it's quite too tight in the spine and sort of starts to build up in the front. But that's history, that's part of the book itself. And so to make sure, parchment always acts quite to moisture quite badly, and it swells up, and that's what sort of happens in the front if it would be left. There's no little pressure on top. So what I've done, I've created a little pressure box. So that means when the Bible is back in its box, the little lid on top gives it a bit of pressure that it stays in shape while it's back on the shelf. I hope you enjoyed that. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Fawn Todd. I'm the Cathedral librarian, and I've got out for you a lovely example of the Great Bible. This is one of my personal favourite items that we've got in our collections, and I think it's really, really interesting, so I hope you'll enjoy it too. So the Great Bible first came out in 1539, and the edition we've got out for you today is a 1540 edition, so it's not a first edition, but I think it's just as fascinating. The thing that really strikes everyone about it the first time they see this book is this fantastic title page, and it's really an astounding work of art. Now, the Great Bible is the first time that the Bible is translated into English with royal authority, the authority of Henry VIII, and this made it an extraordinarily important book. This was a book that was going to be in every parish in the land, which meant that potentially almost every single person in the land had a chance to see this book and had a chance to see this title page. So not only was this a monumental point in Bible history in England, but also a very, very useful moment for Henry VIII to advertise himself as well, to really form an opinion of himself quite firmly in the minds of the people. And he does this very strongly with this spectacular title page. So looking at it just as a quick glance, the first figure you're going to see, the biggest one in this picture, is Henry. He's sat here at the top, looking very benevolent, very serious, and he's handing out two books, Verbum Dei, the Word of God. If you look very closely, you'll spot that just above him is squeezed God. So what he's essentially saying is, there is nobody in between myself and God. There isn't a pope pictured here to intercede. He's got a direct line. However, of course, looking at sizes and the impact on the page, it's Henry who's meant to be your focus here, not God. So the idea here in this lovely picture is that God has told Henry what he wants to happen. Henry has followed through and is handing out the Word of God, Verbum Dei, to his advisors. We then go to the next section of the image, which is this middle column. And we have on one side the clergy, and the other side we've got just the everyday people as well. There are only three people clearly identified in this picture, and they're identified by their coats of arms, which are at their feet. So we've got Henry obviously at the top, and on this side here we've got Archbishop Cranmer, and on the side we've got Chancellor Cromwell. So the idea is that these books, the Word of God, these Bibles in English, are being passed down through the ranks to the people. And we see that right at the bottom, this lovely big crowded scene where the Bible is preached to the public and they shout, "Long live the King." The reason I think this is a really, really fascinating edition, this April 1540, is what happens shortly after April 1540. Oh, Henry does two things to people he doesn't like. He, number one, has their heads chopped off, and number two, he tries to have them erased from history. There was a big issue when he fell out of favour with Cromwell, though, and that is that Cromwell, as we mentioned, is very clearly identified in this very expensive, very famous picture of within a book that is still being printed, still being produced. So what do you do? Well, in all future editions after this April 1541, where you see the coat of arms of Cromwell, it's just erased. So in all future editions, there's just a blank piece of paper right here where you would see this coat of arms. This is a really fascinating book on so many levels. What also probably will have drawn your eye just on this opening page is this bit of parchment right here. And as you may have suspected, this is indeed medieval. And this is a wonderful example of the recycling practices that went on during this time as well. With Henry's Reformation, we find that an awful lot of books suddenly weren't appropriate for the use of the church anymore. And a lot of these obviously were our old medieval books. So rather than let these wonderful materials go to waste, we often find them, especially around this time, recycled into bindings. And this is a lovely example of that. So I hope you really enjoyed this book as much as I did telling you about it. And thank you very much.
Hello, I'm George Knight. I'm an MA student at the University of Kent, specialising in medieval Canterbury and medieval pilgrim guides. Here we have William Bruin's Pilgrim Guide for late medieval pilgrims in the late 15th century who've been travelling from Canterbury to Rome. It was written by a William Bruin in the 1470s. We really don't know a great deal about him, but I'll be discussing more of that later. Everything inside of the Pilgrim Guide is meant to be practically and spiritually beneficial for the pilgrims who are using it. So within, there's a large collection of materials which they would have found useful for themselves. So firstly, the table of contents tells us that there is a list of the churches, relics and indulgences which have been found in Rome. Following this, there is an excommunication letter from Pope Paul II, who would have used this to basically stop any kind of assault or danger the pilgrims may have been in. Following this, there is the actual pilgrim routes and money exchanges which they would have used along the way. So different coinages which could have been exchanged for English currency for foreign currencies they may have encountered. Following this, there is some information on the different landmarks, monuments in Rome, as well as all the different saint stories. Some of these are largely copied from other works, which I'll touch on later. Following that, there is also a list of the relics that were at Canterbury Cathedral during the anniversary of the translation of Thomas Becket in 1470. And after that, there is a collection of Middle English hymns which could be used by pilgrims anywhere along the way and would have avoided them having to use native liturgy or anything like that. What's incredibly interesting is when we plot all of these spots and different stops, the major stops along the pilgrim route, including the alternative one, avoiding all French territory. So the Via Francigena, which typically travels straight from Canterbury down through France, through northwestern Italy, and then down to Rome. Unlike that, this one completely moves around, going through Belgium, then through Germany, then through what is now Austria, and then into northern Italy and down to Rome instead. And this was likely because when Bruin was doing this journey in the 1460s to the 1470s, this was just after the 100 Years' War, meaning there would have been incredibly high tensions, which are probably reflected in the change in this route. Following this as well, we can see from the Middle English hymns that the intention was clearly that there was some kind of material which could be used by English pilgrims who would have been using this along the way and that could read this anywhere they went. So instead of having to go somewhere to perhaps a foreign church they wouldn't know or perhaps they wouldn't recognize, they would still have some way along the way to give a devotional practice or some kind of worship that could be used straight from their pilgrim guide. What's surprising is that if this guide was purely practical, it's surprising that it's ordered in the way that it is. The pilgrim routes and the money exchanges, etc., all come after a large section, around 40 folios, all on the churches, relics and indulgences of Rome. Now, this raises the question of why. And I think the answer is that Bruin is clearly trying to not only bring people to Rome, but he is also trying to incentivize people to Rome. He is trying to show through his own experience a proven method and a proven way for people to gain a spiritual benefit as they're going on pilgrimage. Not only is this a way to guide someone a path he's already been, it's an incentive, and it's describing how worthy and how good and how amazing things he's got from this journey. In addition, by placing all this practical information amongst a large collection of things which are of spiritual value, like these stories of the monuments of Rome, as well as all the legends of the saints and all these relics, it clearly suggests that they're trying to show that the pilgrim route and the process of pilgrimage in itself is of equal quality, if not more so important than some of these other areas. So not only is going to these places and visiting them of practical benefit for your soul, but the actual journey itself is of practical benefit in an equal manner to all of the other parts of the journey. So with such useful information and with so much given from his own experience, we'd love to know who William Bruin is. But unfortunately, beyond this manuscript and about one other source I'll discuss, we really don't know anything about him. He refers to himself 3 times in the manuscript, twice as capellanus or chaplain. This is certainly what the 18th century owners believed, as they wrote on the formerly pasted down front leaf that he was a chantry priest of the shrine of St. Thomas Becket. The evidence for this is quite sparse. We really don't know that at all, but it seems likely that he did have a close connection, or at least was a Canterbury monk, as he lists in extensive detail the relics of the cathedral. In addition, he also mentions when he's visiting the city of Ulm on folio 40, he said that you should show your tonsured head. And in this, it's very interesting because he used the accusative singular coronum, which really means the tonsure, suggesting that he's speaking from his own experience rather than your tonsure or the tonsure. He's saying, this is my tonsure, so it's likely that he was a monk. His English origin is also suggested by the script that he largely uses in the manuscript, so predominantly it's an Anglicana script, which was very, very popular in England, judging by its name, Anglicana, but he also has a lot of secretary, a different script, which was continentally based, but although it was coming into England at this time, so even if this doesn't suggest that he was well-travelled, which we know he was, it clearly shows that he was a very highly trained scribe, likely which have come from a monastery like Canterbury. The only other reference we have to William is by Casimir Udin, who, writing in the late 17th century, in his bibliographical guide of ecclesiastical writers, refers to a Guiliamus Brevinus, who supposedly had written a book on the principal churches of Rome, then held in the Vatican archive. Whether this had all the other pieces of information like we have in this edition, we unfortunately don't know, now that that copy is now lost from the Vatican Library. The interesting thing about the William Brevinus referred to is that he likely is the same William, based upon the fact that he is mentioned as being during the pontificates of Pope Paul II and Pope Sixtus IV, which both match up with the time frame of roughly the 1460s to 1470s, in which William supposedly wrote that he was in Rome, or at least visited Rome. It's surprising to learn, knowing all this about the manuscript, that it has unfortunately been missed by a large majority of scholarship. Often parts of the manuscript are mentioned by people, especially the excommunication by Pope Paul II, but it's usually not anything to do with William Bruin at all. It's something to do with Pope Paul. And this is kind of surprising considering how much we know is in there. It's only in 2019 that Anthony Bale and Sebastian Sebecki actually took this manuscript and used it for the first time as a primary material in the study of pilgrimage. This is perhaps due to the fact that the only edition and commentary that we had until very recently was that of Woodruff, who did the translation. And he's incredibly critical of Bruin's work and makes a lot of editorial decisions which are kind of against the spirit of what the manuscript is trying to tell us. So, for example, he omits essentially every single folio, so up half of the manuscript from his translation. He largely omitted a lot of this because they were all copied from the Rainoff of Higden's Polychronicon and the Legenda Aurea, or the Golden Legend, which were also popular works circulating at the time and which Canterbury likely had copies of, which Bruin likely copied. At the same time, though, these areas of the manuscript still have small scribal inscriptions, which would have been useful to know, and it seems like a decision which was kind of taken in somewhat of a bad faith. Also, when talking about some of the sections in which the manuscript gives us more personal insight of something from Bruin's experience, Woodruff actually goes against the majority of what he says. So, for example, when he talks about the Canterbury relic list, he actually says the document is a meagre document and compares it to Henry of Eastry's 1350 list, which he deems as more extensive and having more relics. Instead of deeming this perhaps really useful piece of information showing the diminishing of Canterbury's prestige and perhaps the fact that they'd sold a great deal of their relics, he instead tries to compare and diminish its value. As a result, this was the only commentary for a very long time, so anyone who would have picked this up and considered it as a useful guide probably would have put it back and would have looked for more popular versions instead. I would argue against Woodruff's criticism that here we have perhaps a one-of-a-kind, maybe the last of a manuscript which gives us a really, really personal insight into the mind of pilgrims in the late 15th century. Not only does it give us information about what they deemed important, but it also shows how they considered arranging the information which would have been useful for them on pilgrimage. Most importantly, it gives us the insight and the eyewitness accounts of a man who lived 550 years ago and gives us access to the things that he thought was important and an expert view into late medieval pilgrimage.
Matthew, on this lovely afternoon, as the sun begins to get lower, we followed the guinea fowl across the grass and come to the orchard and the stream running through the orchard, which you and Becky will know well from our walk around the garden so many times. And I'm reading from a book which Fletcher found called Tales of Old Kent. It's a story not about Canterbury, but about the Nailbourne stream and St Augustine. One of Kent's many beauty spots is the Elam Valley, which takes its name from the lovely little village of Elam between Canterbury and Dover. It is a place of sweeping hillsides and pretty miniature views through which runs the celebrated Nailbourne stream. The stream is spring-fed, and traditionally it waters its course only once every 7 years. That regularity is not entirely reliable, but no one begrudges it a little license in the matter. In any case, to question its behaviour would be almost irreverent in the circumstances, for if tradition is to be believed, this was a dry valley 1,000 years ago, in the days when St Augustine, then simply Father Augustine, came to Kent. Despite the familiar story that Augustine baptised Egbert, King of Kent, at Easter, and 10,000 of his subjects the following Christmas, Kent did not abandon the old Saxon gods easily. Even among those who were baptized, there were many who embraced the new Christian religion as an addition to, rather than a substitute for, their old beliefs, which lingered on in the more rural areas for long after Augustine was gone. In several of the older Kent churches, there are still reminders of pagan influences, and there are customs still observed to this day which can be traced back to pre-Christian times, although their present-day observers do not always realize or acknowledge it. Throughout his life in Kent, Augustine had always to be striving to drive the old ways deeper underground and to demonstrate, whenever he could, the greater benefits of Christianity. The Elam Valley Nailbourne stream was one such demonstration. The story goes that the people of the valley were suffering particularly badly from a drought, which was shrivelling their crops and parching their fields. They made all the customary pleas to the old gods to help them, but the gods withheld their help. The people were in despair. In his abbey in Canterbury, Augustine heard about the plight of the people of the valley, and he rode out to see them and try to bring some comfort. When he arrived, he realized that they were in no condition to listen to his preaching. Words were not going to win them over. What they needed was action, specifically action that would bring water to their unwatered lives. So Augustine knelt down and prayed to his God, asking him to help these poor people. His prayers over, he stood up again, and where he had been kneeling, a spring of clear water burst from the earth and began to flow in a stream through the valley. The people, of course, were overjoyed. They were very impressed too. Their prayers to their own gods had achieved nothing, yet this holy man had come among them, and by his prayers had prevailed upon his God to give them the water they craved. Augustine had no difficulty at all in persuading them to convert from their pagan ways and adopt the Christian faith. But the old gods, although they had been deaf to the pleas of their own worshippers, were not blind to what was happening in what they regarded as strictly their own parish. Angered, they conjured up a great storm which swept through the valley, uprooting trees, causing havoc. The people wanted water, did they? Well, now they had it, plenty of it. They didn't need a pathetic little spring with which this interloper had sought to impress them, so they caused the storm to stop it up again, so that the water no longer flowed. Then, having thwarted the efforts of Augustine and his God, they allowed the storm to abate and retired to see how the foreign holy man would handle this small demonstration of their own powers. The local people, naturally, were not anxious to have the whole sequence of events repeated. They no longer doubted that Augustine could bring them water if he chose to, but if this were going to provoke the old gods into hurling trees about and flattening their crops, on the whole they reckoned they'd be better off relying on the natural swings and roundabouts of good and bad seasons, just as they always had done. But Augustine could not allow his God to be seen to have been defeated, so he prayed some more. Recognizing the dilemma in which the local people found themselves, this time he asked that the Elam stream should flow, not all the time, but just once every 7 years. That will be enough to overcome the effects of any intermediate droughts and relieve the worst of any suffering they might cause, but also in its own way provide permanent evidence of the power of his God. A stream that ran all the time would come to be taken for granted, but if it sprang from the earth only once every 7 years, it would be a regular reminder to the people of the power that caused it to behave in such a very unconventional way. The old gods, it seems, did not recognize the subtlety of this. They saw it as a victory for themselves and chose to be magnanimous enough to permit the arrangement. So it was, according to tradition, that the Nail-born stream flowed through the Elam Valley once every 7 years, a recurrent reminder that the Christian God was both more powerful and more wise than the old Saxon gods, who gradually lost favour and were abandoned. As a matter of record, the Nail-born does not flow always at the 7th year, but who is to say that over the fullness of time through which it has and will fulfill its God-given destiny, its activity will not average out into 7-year cycles.
Hi Matthew, it's Chris from the Verges Department. We're just getting ready for the bell ceremony. I'm sure you'll remember that. One of the things we do every day. So it's 11 o'clock on a Thursday morning at the moment. We've just had the beginning of term service for the Junior King's School, and before that we've had our normal 7:30 matins and 8 o'clock communion service. So this is service number 4 of the day. So my colleagues, Jane behind me here is getting ready for the bell ceremony with the bell, and Owen is just going to get the bookcase ready for us, and then we're ready to go. So good to speak to you, and we hope you're doing okay. Best wishes from all the Verges, and our love to you all.
At 11 a.m, every weekday the bell of HMS Canterbury is struck, and we pause to remember all those who have died in the warfare of our times, in the 2 world wars and all subsequent conflicts. We pray for those whose names are written in the books kept here, for the officers and men of the Buffs, the Royal East Kent Regiment, and for the many Danes who served in that regiment in the Second World War, for their successors in the Queen's Regiment and the Princess of Wales's Royal Regiment, and for those of their allied regiment, the Queen's Own Rifles of Canada. We remember too all members of our armed forces who are on active service in different parts of our world today, all who have died as victims of terrorism, and those whose present sufferings are the result of warfare. Let us pray. God our Father, have mercy on these your servants, and grant that we with them may be raised to eternal life with Christ. Heavenly Father, you have established your church to bring reconciliation and peace to the world. We pray that love and peace may unite nations, give new understanding in conflict, and reign in the hearts and lives of all people. These things we ask in the name of Christ, the Prince of Peace. Amen. We join together in saying the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. May the blessing of God's peace dwell upon this place and within us all. Amen.
Hello Matthew, this is a very friendly hello from the Friends Desk in the Cathedral. It's so lovely to have this opportunity to say hello to you like this. And I just wanted to update you on some of the things we've been getting up to since we last met. We've been very, very busy in the Friends office. Despite lockdown and despite COVID, we've still been carrying on in a friendly way with our community across the world. And we've had a Friendly Friday newsletter that we've been sending out to 3,500 friends in 27 different countries. It's been really exciting to be able to communicate with people in that way and to be friendly and carry on with our busy work at the Cathedral. So what have we been up to since we last met? So many things. I'm filming this on a camera that the Friends bought, and we bought lots of cameras for the Cathedral so that we could carry on with our online worship during this difficult time we've all had in the last 18 months. I worked out the other day that we've actually, I think, filmed about 1,500 acts of worship on these cameras that the Friends bought. So it's been fantastic to be able to communicate with the whole Anglican Communion thanks to the Friends. We've also contributed a big gift to the Cathedral to improve the sound system so that when all the services in the Cathedral happen, the vergers no longer have to be worried about will the microphones still work and will people be able to hear what's going on. So we've improved the sound system all around the Cathedral with gifts from the Friends. The other thing that we've recently completed in the Cathedral is another set of cameras which have been filming all the acts of worship from the nave and the choir. So that's another thing that the Friends have contributed to the online daily activities and in-house activities in the Cathedral. We've also paid for some video conferencing equipment, which is based in the chapter room in Cathedral House just across there. And that's enabled us to do all sorts of things, both meetings during difficult times, but also during Refugee Week they actually filmed the refugee webinar from Cathedral House thanks to that video conferencing equipment. There's another thing that we've done, which is to provide some cosy chairs for the choral scholars to sit on in their new dwelling, which is in the house next door to the Friends office in the precincts. You may have heard about the choral scholars who've arrived this September, and they've now, thanks to the Friends, have got somewhere cosy to sit when they're not actually singing in the Cathedral. There's another big gift that we've given to the Cathedral recently, which is to repair the back of Cathedral House. Some of my colleagues had to move out of Cathedral House because their offices were no longer safe for them to be in because of some dangerous activities in the building. So the Friends were asked if we would contribute to the repair of Cathedral House, and we were very pleased to do that. So soon, we hope, music and liturgy will be able to move back into Cathedral House thanks to those repairs being done. The other thing that's happened lately is we've been able to resume some of the Friends events that we've run, and one of the most recent things we've done is friendly singing for well-being, and we've had the first session of that this week, which was really great fun. You may remember Adrian Bortry, who is one of the Cathedral organists, and he leads those friendly singing sessions, and it's just been really good to see friends together again. And I know how much you enjoy music here, so I'm sure if you were here you would be singing with us in that friendly music session. We've got lots of talks coming up soon. We're also involved in Cathedral Teas, and in about a week's time from when I'm filming this to say hello to you now, it will be Friends Day, and we'll see friends that we haven't seen for a very long time. But I'm hoping that you'll be able to join us as well, because Evensong on Friends Day will be online for the first time ever, and I'm really hoping that we'll be able to join with you in that Evensong. So it's been really lovely to say hello to you again, Matthew, from this camera that the Friends have bought, and I hope that all is okay with you, and I send a very friendly hello.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome on this lovely afternoon to all of you gathered here in the nave of Canterbury Cathedral and the many who are joining us online from across the world. Be welcome and bring your own prayers and concerns to this act of worship on this Friends Festival Day. But first I want to welcome members of the Organ Club from all over the country who are joining us this evening, as well as the Friends, and then to say to the Friends once again a thank you for your part in the life of this Cathedral Church. It's wonderful to be able to close our day by celebrating that with this act of choral Evensong in our Cathedral Church.
O Lord, thine,
and our Master show thy praise.
O God, makes thee to a snare.
O Lord, make haste to help us. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Ghost, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end.
Praise ye the Lord.
The Lord's name be praised.
We sit while the choir sings Psalm 119, verses 73 to 104.
My hands have made me and fashioned me. Oh, give me understanding that I may learn thy commandments. They that fear thee will be glad when they see me, because I have put my trust We continue this day according to thy ordinance, for all things serve thee. If my delight had not been in thy law, I should have perished in my throne. I will never forget thy commandments, for with them thou hast quickened me. I am thine, O Saviour, for I have sought thy commandments. The ungodly laid wait for me to destroy me, but I will consider thy testimonies. I see that all things come to an end, but thy commandment is exceeding broad. Lord, what love have I unto thy law? All the day long is my study it. Thou through thy commandments hast made me wiser than mine enemies, for they are ever many. I have more understanding than my teachers, for thy testimonies are my study. I am wiser than the aged, because I keep thy commandments. I have refrained my feet from every evil way, that I may keep thy word. I have not shrunk from thy judgments, for thou teachest me. Oh, how sweet are thy words unto my throat, yea, sweeter than honey unto my mouth. Through thy commandments I get understanding, therefore I hate all evil ways. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Ghost, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end.
The Old Testament reading is taken from Isaiah chapter 61, verses 1 to 4, 8 to 11. The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and release to the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favour and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn, to provide for those who mourn in Zion, to give them a garland instead of ashes, the oil of gladness instead of mourning, the mantle of praise instead of a faint spirit. They will be called oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord to display his glory. They shall build up the ancient ruins. They shall raise up the former devastations. They shall repair the ruined cities, the devastations of many generations. For I, the Lord, love justice. I hate robbery and wrongdoing. I will faithfully give them their recompense, and I will make an everlasting covenant with them. Their descendants shall be known among the nations, and their offspring among the peoples. All who see them shall acknowledge that they are a people whom the Lord has blessed. I will greatly rejoice in the Lord. My whole being shall exult in my God.
For he has clothed me with the garments of salvation. He has covered me with the robe of righteousness. As a bridegroom decks himself with a garland, and as a bride adorns herself with jewels. For as the earth brings forth its shoots, and as a garden causes what is sown in it to spring up, so the Lord God will cause righteousness and praise to spring up before all the nations. Thanks be to God.
The 15th chapter of the Gospel of St. John, beginning at the first verse. Jesus said to his disciples, I am the true vine, and my Father is the vine grower. He removes every branch in me that bears no fruit. Every branch that bears fruit, he prunes to make it bear more fruit. You have already been cleansed by the word that I have spoken to you. Abide in me as I abide in you. Just as the branch cannot bear fruit by itself unless it abides in the vine, neither can you unless you abide in me. I am the vine. You are the branches. Those who abide in me and I in them bear much fruit, because apart from me you can do nothing. Whoever does not abide in me is thrown away like a branch and withers. Such branches are gathered, thrown into the fire and burned. If you abide in me, and my words abide in you, ask for whatever you wish, and it will be done for you. My Father is glorified by this, that you bear much fruit and become my disciples. As the Father has loved me, so I have loved you. Abide in my love. If you keep my commandments, you will abide in my love, just as I have kept my Father's commandments and abide in his love. I have said these things to you, so that my joy may be in you, and that your joy may be complete. This is my commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you. No one has greater love than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. You are my friends if you do what I command you. I do not call you servants any longer, because the servant does not know what the master is doing. But I have called you friends, because I have made known to you everything that I have heard from my Father. You did not choose me, but I chose you. And I appointed you to go out and bear fruit, fruit that will last, so that the Father will give you whatever you ask him in my name. I am giving you these commands, so that you may love one another. Here ends the second lesson.
According to
Hi Matthew, it's Peter from the Lodge. As you can see, I'm in the beautiful Campanile garden. Over the years you brought hundreds of visitors to us and it was always a pleasure to look after. I especially remember the dinners at the Deanery, which were great fun. We're all thinking of you at the Lodge and we send you our love. Take care.
Matthew, I'm sitting outside the French windows here at the Deanery, just where we've always had tea together, or perhaps some mornings in the summer breakfast when you've been staying. And I've got in my hand a particular book which Fletcher was clever enough to find. You will have read, I'm sure, H.V. Morton's books, In the Footsteps of St. Paul, In the Footsteps of Christ. He was a traveller like you over many areas, but he also, in 1939, wrote the story of a journey across England before the war had really got underway. It had already started, it was 1939, but people didn't really take it seriously in Kent. And he came to Canterbury, and this is part of his story of the cathedral, and we'll read some more a bit later on. But he's come to Canterbury and come out of his hotel, and he's had his dinner, and this is how he continues. After dinner, I watched twilight come upon Canterbury, and I saw the towers grow black against a sky that promised more sunlight tomorrow. Thrushes were singing in the cathedral precincts, and one by one, a few windows were lit, revealing books and panelling before the curtains were drawn. I paid my respects to the Dean, who is known to newspaper readers as the Red Dean because of his interest in Russia. Actually, he is a pink and white Dean, a man with a healthy, fresh complexion and 2 side bushes of snowy hair. He received me in his superb panelled drawing room, a room of most elegant and splendid proportions, and we went to his library, another equally fine Georgian room, where we talked of Russia, about which I knew little, and about the chances of war, about which I knew even less. The Dean, however, thought that only by a miracle could we escape it. Talking of the cathedral, he told me, and this I never knew before, that in, I think, 1511, tapestries of silk and wool depicting scenes in the lives of Christ and the Virgin were hung all round the choir. They were taken down by the Cromwellians in the Civil War and sold to the Cathedral of Aix-en-Provence, where they hang to this day. Soon after the cathedral was opened next morning, I went there and made the acquaintance of Mr. Wood, the vestourer. I found him putting away the embroidered copes which had been used at the morning service. He had the keys of the safes with him. So I asked if I might see some of the treasures of Canterbury Cathedral. The most beautiful object he showed me was a thin, hand-beaten chalice of silver gilt, which was discovered in the grave of a man who was buried in the year 1205. The man was Hubert Walter, Archbishop of Canterbury in the time of Richard Coeur de Lion. When his grave was opened in 1892, those who were present at the time looked with awe as they saw, just for 1 second before the air caused the body to fall into dust, an archbishop vested with his crozier beside him, just as he had been buried by the monks of Canterbury 687 years previously. It is believed that Hubert Walter took the chalice with him to the Holy Land when he went with King Richard on the Third Crusade. If so, it was used at Mass long ago among the palm trees at Acre. It does not often fall to any man's lot to hold a relic like this. There is not a place to which this chalice travelled in Palestine that I do not know. I have wandered through the ruins of Acre, Ascalon, Tyre and Sidon, watching the Mediterranean rollers come swinging in from the sea to break in foam against the piles of masonry that were fortresses in the days when Hubert Walter said Mass with the English army. He was the outstanding man of his time and the strong man of England. He was a good man, and like many an early churchman, stood between the people and the tyranny of the king and his nobles. It was said of him that he was so bountiful in providing for the poor and the wayfarer that his income seemed common property. It was Hubert Walter who, when Richard foolishly got himself into prison on the continent, went round England with the hat and raised the fabulous ransom in those days of £100,000. I've always felt that he might have spent it to better purpose, for Richard, though our dear hero, could not speak English, knew nothing of England, and out of a reign of 10 years spent only 9 months in this country. Hubert Walter ruled England when the king was away. Among his constitutional innovations was the appointment of coroners. Few justices of the peace know perhaps that they owe their office to him, for he appointed knights whose duty it was to enforce an oath to keep the peace. And such knights developed into our justices of the peace. When Richard died, Hubert Walter crowned King John. He was the only person in England who could stand up to the king. And when he died, John remarked, "Now, for the first time, am I truly King of England." Such was the great man whose chalice, after lying for 687 years in the darkness of the tomb, is sometimes used in Canterbury Cathedral today. There are more ornate and more costly chalices in the world, but not one, I think, of greater interest. Mr. Wood offered to show me round the cathedral. We ascended spiral staircases to the triforium, then up again into the dark passages above the nave and transepts. It was like walking under the timbers of an old ship, dark and dusty, and with only an occasional handrail to guide one over the narrow planks which stretch across the vaulting. This is the exquisite roof which visitors admire from the floor of the church, but from this position it looks like a crop of enormous stone mushrooms growing in the darkness. Perhaps few of those who admire the glory of Canterbury or any other cathedral know that between vaulting and roofing is this vast V-shaped no man's land, where the wind whistles through its windows, where pigeons nest, and where bats hang from rafters cut from oaks which were probably giants at the time of the Norman conquest. There was no beauty in this dim and unvisited region, but we explored it eagerly, discussing the marbles of thrust and counter-thrust, and admiring the workmen who made this stupendous centuries ago. We ascended the steps of the central tower, known as the Bell Harry Tower, but before we had gone very far, Mr. Wood pointed out what must be one of the few medieval cranes in existence. It is a gigantic wheel, the size of a mill wheel, and was used by the masons of the Middle Ages to lift heavy stones from the ground level to the summit of towers. It was worked by manpower. Several workmen stationed inside the wheel would walk, as if on a treadmill, which caused the wheel to revolve and wind up a rope to which stones were attached. It is still in perfect order, though I don't suppose it has been used for 5 centuries. Standing inside it, I discovered that the balance is so delicate that when I placed one foot only a few inches in advance of the other, the huge wheel began to revolve. We climbed still higher, much higher, and came out on the summit of Bell Harry Tower, where the stone, now in process of restoration, is eaten away by wind and rain. Below us lay Canterbury, in the calmness of a spring morning. The trees so far below hardly moved in the breeze, though a sharp wind was blowing across the tower. Looking down, the huge cruciform building is like a giant aeroplane, its transepts like wings, and the body of the church its fuselage. The bells, dismantled during the reconstructions, lay mouths up, the heavy clappers resting against the rim, where a spot of bright bronze marked the striking point. I said, "How costly must be the task of keeping a cathedral in repair." "Yes," said Mr. Wood, "but now and again a cathedral has a bit of good fortune." I asked him to explain this, and he smilingly told me this story. A roughly dressed man was recently in the habit of haunting the cathedral, wearing a pair of old trousers and a shirt which opened at the neck to reveal a hairy chest. He had developed to a high degree the habit of singing loudly and out of tune in hymns. His voice was so loud and inaccurate that he began to affect the choir, which, to the consternation of the dean and chapter, also began to sing out of tune. The visitor, who became a daily anxiety, was tactfully asked to sit farther away from the choir, which annoyed him considerably. Nevertheless, he consented to do so. Then, one day, he did not appear, and in a little while they heard that he was dead. When his will was proved, the cathedral received £6,000 and the choristers' school £5,000. And it's with his £6,000 that we're doing all this now, ended Mr. Wood, indicating the restoration to Bell Harry Tower. If there is any moral in this, it is, treat every man in old flannel trousers with a hairy chest as if he were a wandering god. We descended those exhausting steps to the ground and looked at the cathedral from the outside. Mr. Wood pointed out how the Archbishop of Canterbury's palace is joined to the cathedral by the great cloister, and although it is a modern building, it stands on the ground occupied by the palace of the early primates. It was from that palace that Thomas à Becket took sanctuary in the cathedral on the night of the murder, said Mr. Wood, and there are 3 stairs left in the palace on which he must have walked that night. The Archbishop was away at Lambeth, but we were invited to step into the palace. I had no idea that the Archbishop of Canterbury lived in such a modest house. The word palace is purely formal title, for many a penurious vicar would be grateful for so small a vicarage. On an upper floor we found the fragmentary remains of an old stone staircase, with 3 of the original treads remaining. It was the same kind of narrow stone tube in which we had spent so much time that morning when we climbed to the roof. In this house it is clearly seen how, when the murderers had armed and were ready to do their work, Becket left this building unseen by them, using a small private door that once opened into the cloisters. And now, I said to Mr. Wood, let us go to the cathedral and try to imagine exactly what happened on the night of December the 29th in the year 1170. So we've come into the walled garden now, and you're looking at Darcy, our fine turkey, who's walked in to talk to the chickens through the wire there. We've got the covers on this afternoon because it's going to rain a bit later on. But we came into the walled garden to continue H.V. Morton's story of his journey in 1939 in Canterbury, and he's going to tell the story of Thomas Becket. So we thought we'd come where there's a big mulberry tree, because of course the knights hung their bridles of their horses on the mulberry in the Archdeacon's garden at that time, and the mulberry tree behind is taken from slips from that tree, and here it is growing high and tall itself as we tell this story. Civilized adult human beings are rarely in the habit of falling into ungovernable rages, of biting the carpet in fury, and exhibiting other signs well known in badly conducted nurseries. But in early times, our kings and nobles were not ashamed to give such violent exhibitions. They would roll on the floor, snapping at the rushes like dogs. They would scream, they would rave, they would weep tears of fury, and then the mood would pass. And like naughty children, they would sometimes be sorry. The men of that time were neither ashamed nor amused by such scenes. When Richard of Devizes described how Richard Coeur de Lion had ranted and shouted and champed with his teeth the pine rod which he held in his hand, he compared this childish display with the noble rage of a lion. And on a night towards the end of December in the year 1170, King Henry II of England, who was then at the castle of Burr, near Bayeux, fell into one of these royal rages. The cause of his anger was the action of Thomas Becket, Archbishop of Canterbury, who for 18 years had been fighting the state's attempt to dominate the church. The king loathed Becket as only an autocrat can loathe an equally strong rival. And what perhaps made their relationship even worse was that before Becket had entered the church, he had been a gay man of the world and the king's favourite. It is well known that no people can fight more bitterly than old friends. Henry had forced Becket to be archbishop against his will because he wished to have a complacent friend at the head of the church he wished to attack. But he chose the wrong man. No sooner was Becket consecrated than he ceased to be the king's man, and he became God's man. And from that moment, and for 18 years, the story of England is the fight between the church and the state, between Becket and King Henry. On that night in December, Henry worked himself into a frightful paroxysm. He called Becket a fellow that came to court on a lame horse with a cloak for a saddle. He said that a man he had loaded with benefits was insulting him. Then, turning to the assembled courtiers, he shouted, "What sluggard wretches, what cowards have I brought up in my court, who care nothing for their allegiance to their master? Not one will deliver me from this low-born priest." And the king rushed from the hall. And that same night, 4 men crossed the Channel: Reginald Fitzurse, William de Tracy, Richard Le Breton, and Hugh de Morville. They crossed by different routes. 2 arrived at Dover and 2 at Winchelsea, but they rode to Saltwood Castle near Canterbury, which was held by one of Becket's enemies, Dan Randolph of Brock. And there, in a darkened room, they discussed a plan of action. It was the 28th of December. As I stood in the north transept of Canterbury Cathedral at the place where Becket died, I thought I would try to write a plain account of his murder, rejecting all fable and fancy and using only the facts supplied by men who saw it happen, who were alive at the time. The murder of the Archbishop is one of the best documented events in medieval history. He was slain in the Fleet Street of his time, if I may be forgiven the comparison, surrounded by the only reporters of that age, the monks and priests of the church, who could read and write. Some who stood beside him, some who ran away and hid, others who vested his corpse for burial, have left descriptions from which it is possible to paint a true picture of that night, 769 years ago. In addition to many contemporary narratives, there are no fewer than 5 eyewitness accounts of Becket's death. The account of William Canterbury, a monk, William Fitzstephen, a clerk in attendance on Becket, Benedict, another monk who was there, John of Salisbury, and Edward Grimm, a clerk of Cambridge, who was on a visit to Becket at the time. From these 5 accounts, it is possible to reconstruct the murder in every detail. And this is what happened. On the 29th of December, the day after the 4 knights had crossed the Channel, at 3 in the afternoon, Becket sat down to dinner in the hall of the Archbishop's palace, which was separated from the cathedral by the great cloister. He sat at the high table with his household and his monks, while at the long table sat the poor people and beggars whom he entertained every day. The floor was covered with fresh hay, the smoke of burning logs ascended through the hall, and the grey light of a December afternoon shone beyond the narrow windows. At the end of dinner, after a thanksgiving had been sung, Becket went to his retiring room, and the servants flung themselves on the broken meats. The sound was heard of horses clattering into the courtyard. In a few moments, 4 knights in ordinary dress strode into the hall through the crowds of departing beggars. The servants asked if the visitors would like something to eat, but they refused and went to Becket's room. The Archbishop, seated on a couch, was leaning on the shoulder of a monk, while monks reclined on the floor near him. He was over 6 feet in height, handsome, and with a keen and piercing eye. He was 52 years of age, and though his figure was really spare, he felt the cold so acutely that he wore an incredible number of garments in order to keep warm, and these gave him a padded, corpulent appearance. As the knights entered, he continued to talk with the monks next to him. They came in silently, without a greeting, and sat on the floor at his feet. Then Becket looked at them and spoke to Tracy by name. The knights began to talk violently. They charged Becket with undermining the royal authority and with causing disturbances, and they demanded that he should lift the ban of excommunication from the bishops of London and Salisbury. Becket, who was also a man of quick temper, also raised his voice, and soon knights and archbishop were quarrelling violently. The knights flew into one of their Norman passions and stamped about the room, twisting their long gauntlets, advancing close to Becket, gnashing their teeth, waving their arms. They screamed that he had threatened to excommunicate them. He shouted back that they could not frighten him. "Were all the swords in England hanging over my head," he shouted, "you could not terrify me from my obedience to God and my Lord the Pope." Crowds of monks and servants ran into the room and gathered round Becket. The knights roared at them to stand back if they were loyal to the king. They refused to move. The room was soon a pandemonium, and through it the knights ran to the door, shouting, "To arms! To arms!" It was now nearly 5 o'clock. The winter's darkness had fallen. Beneath a sycamore tree in the courtyard, the knights put on their armour. The monks bolted the doors, and Becket sat down again on his couch. "It is wonderful, my lord," said John of Salisbury, "that you never take anyone's advice." "I am prepared to die," replied Becket stubbornly. Some of the monks discussing the scene together believed there was nothing to fear because, as William Fitzstephen noted, the men had come drunk and would not have spoken like that before dinner. Others were not so sanguine. And at this moment, a frightened monk rushed in to say the knights were arming. All, save a few companions, fled into the cathedral. "All monks are cowards," said Becket. His attendants, believing that the knights would not dare to shed blood on consecrated ground, forced Becket against his will to leave the palace. Half pushed, half lifted, he was taken through the cloisters and into the dark church, where vespers had just begun, and as they gained what some of them hoped was sanctuary, they heard behind them the crash of woodwork as the knights broke into the palace. We've had a short break, Matthew, while I took communion out to Jenny Child, whom you remember as the widow of Ken Child, the old Australian priest who used to act as a chaplain here. And now we've come back, and later this evening I'm admitting King Scholars. So behind me, Lineker House is getting ready in its finery to join the service of admission of King Scholars. So let's continue with the story of H.V. Morton telling the story of Thomas Becket. It was now nearly 5 o'clock. The winter's darkness had fallen. Beneath a mulberry tree in the courtyard, the knights put on their armour. The monks bolted the doors, and Becket sat down again on his couch. "It is wonderful, my lord," said John of Salisbury, "that you never take anyone's advice." "I am prepared to die," replied Becket stubbornly. Some of the monks, discussing the scene together, believed there was nothing to fear because, as William Fitzstephen noted, the men had come drunk and would not have spoken like that before dinner. Others were not so sanguine. At this moment, a frightened monk rushed in to say the knights were arming. All save a few companions fled into the cathedral. "All monks are cowards," said Becket. His attendants, believing that the knights would not dare to shed blood on consecrated ground, forced Becket against his will to leave the palace. Half pushed, half lifted, he was taken through the cloisters and into the dark church, where vespers had just begun, As they gained what some of them hoped was sanctuary, they heard behind them the crash of woodwork as the knights broke into the palace. What then happened took place in almost complete darkness, a darkness lit only by tapers burning before the shrines. A hammering echoed through the church. Becket ordered the doors to be opened, and when no one would do it, he strode forward and himself flung back the bars. A terrified crowd of monks fought to enter. Becket helped them, saying, come in, faster, faster." By this time the church was full of flying and hiding men. Only 3 remained with the Archbishop: Robert of Merton, William Fitzstephen, his chaplain, and Edward Grimm, the clerk. They tried to get Becket to hide in the crypt or in the triforium, where he would never have been discovered, but he declined to do so. And at last they persuaded him to mount the steps from the north transept in which they were standing to the choir, but as they did so, the knights, covered to the eyes in chainmail, broke into the church. Fitzurse came first, with a sword in one hand and a carpenter's axe which he had picked up in the palace in the other. He could see nothing in the darkness and stood calling for the traitor Becket. There was silence. He called again, and then Becket came down the steps. "Reginald, why do you come into my church armed?" he asked. Fitzurse placed the carpenter's axe against Becket's chest and said, "You shall die. I will tear out your heart." "I am ready to die," replied Becket, "for God and the church. But I warn you, I curse you in the name of God Almighty if you do not let my men escape." The knights, fearing to commit sacrilege, then tried to hustle Becket out of the church. "I will not fly, you detestable fellow," he shouted, pushing Fitzurse away. Then they tried to place him on Tracy's shoulders, but Becket seized Tracy and flung him to the floor. At that moment Fitzurse came up with a lifted sword, and Becket, now furious, cried out, "You profligate wretch, you are my man, you have done me fealty, you ought not to touch me." Fitzurse shouted back, "I owe you no fealty or homage contrary to my fealty to the king," and made a blow at Becket's head. It did not touch him, but knocked back his skullcap. Tracy then came up and aimed a blow which the clerk Grimm, who had his arm round Becket, tried to parry. The blow cut Grimm's arm and grazed the crown of Becket's head, and also cut into his shoulder. "For the name of Jesus and the defence of the church, I am ready to die," whispered Becket, and with those words fell flat on his face. Richard Le Breton stood over him and delivered a tremendous blow which severed the top of the skull, so violent a blow that the sword snapped as it met the marble floor. Hugh of Horsey, a subdeacon who had joined the murderers, was then taunted with having taken no part in the murder. He came up and thrust his sword into the wound, scattering Becket's brains over the pavement. So with Becket newly slain on the floor of his church, the murderers, beside themselves with rage and triumph, ran through the cloisters shouting, "The king's men! The king's men!" as if they had been in battle, for that was the war cry of the English. And as they rode away, a thunderstorm of great violence broke over Canterbury, striking terror into the hearts of the people. That night, a strange scene took place before the high altar. The monks undressed the body of Becket for burial. They took off the incredible assortment of garments which covered him. First a brown mantle, then a white surplice, then a long coat of lamb's wool, then 2 woolen pelisses, then, to their utter astonishment, the black robe of a Benedictine monk. At the sight of it, their grief and emotion knew no bounds. It astounded them to think that the Archbishop, whom they had regarded as a great noble, fond of purple and fine linen, should have secretly assumed a monk's habit. "See what a true monk he was, and we knew it not," they sobbed. A greater surprise awaited them. When they stripped the body, they saw that Becket wore a hair shirt next to his skin, and that beneath it his body was marked with the wheels of scourging. So he was a more austere monk than any of them. Then they saw a thing which is nauseating to our minds today, but in those days proved beyond doubt that a man had subdued the flesh and humiliated the body in order that his soul might shine. They saw that Becket's hair shirt crawled with vermin. Their joy and amazement at this revolting sight were boundless, and they cried, as indeed I can imagine a Coptic monk of Egypt crying today, "He was one of God's saints." So on the very night he died, within a few hours of his martyrdom, Thomas Becket was hailed as St. Thomas of Canterbury. The townspeople who had filled the cathedral during the murder fought for pieces of his attire, and washing the bloodstains took them away as sacred relics. Miracles were reported almost at once. No one can say that they were invented by the monks, because the cathedral, having been desecrated, was closed for a year. The altars were stripped, the crucifixes were veiled, the bells were silenced, and the offices were conducted in the chapter house without chanting. Indeed, there was every reason why the monks were desperately anxious to hush up the growing cult of St. Thomas for fear of the king and the terrible Randolph of Bork, who had seized the Archbishop's palace and was their next-door neighbour. The measures taken to hush up these miracles from motives of fear and policy, and the failure to do so, is one of the most curious stories in the history of medieval pilgrimage. Despite every discouragement, crowds of people began to visit Canterbury to pray at Becket's tomb, to touch his garments, or to apply to afflicted portions of the body water in which the Archbishop's blood had been mixed. The wave of horror that had swept over Christendom was succeeded by a feeling of amazement and wonder when stories of the cures and miracles began to get about. The Pope was obliged to send a legation to England to inquire into them. They took back with them part of a tunic stained with Becket's blood, a fragment of his brain, and some portions of the pavement on which he died, relics which are still preserved in the church of Santa Maria Maggiore in Rome. The result of the inquiry was the canonization of Becket 3 years after his murder, and the appointment of December the 29th as the feast of St. Thomas of Canterbury. There was now no further need for concealment. Canterbury became one of the great pilgrimage shrines in Europe. Churches dedicated to St. Thomas sprang up in Christian countries all over the world, and 4 years after the murder, a wonder-stricken but approving world heard that Henry II, barefoot and in sackcloth, had gone on foot to Canterbury to be scourged at Becket's tomb. This tomb was in the crypt, where the monks had hurriedly buried the martyr the day after the murder. A strong wall of hewn stones roofed with marble had been built round the tomb, with 2 openings in either side, so that a pilgrim might kneel down and, placing his head through one of the openings, bend forward and kiss the sarcophagus. It was in this humble posture, and clothed only in a hair shirt, that Henry II offered his penance. On his knees, and with his head inside the cover of the tomb, he received upon his back 5 strokes of a rod from every bishop and abbot present, and 3 from each of 80 monks. After this, his ordeal, he spent the night bruised and fasting upon the floor of the crypt, and in the morning, after early Mass, he went his way to London, taking with him, as all pilgrims did for centuries to come, a small leaden phial full of the miraculous water. We were, Matthew, going to have the tunicle that he was wearing come last year from the Vatican, from Santa Maria Maggiore, and of course the pandemic put that off. But this year, on December the 29th, we very much hope it will be there. This is, you'll remember, Leo, who always wants to be part of things and appears so often in our films. I think tonight he might be just nudging me for supper before I go over to the cathedral for the admission of the scholars. Hi Matthew, we're continuing our story now on the next day, and it's an afternoon, but I'm sitting under the magnolia tree, the big one, just as you come into the garden, as you'll remember, and you'll hear the sound of the cockerel, and also our Ducky, in the background. So we'll go on with H.V. Morton's tour of the cathedral in 1939, before the war broke out. It was a privilege to go round the cathedral with Mr. Wood, who knows every stone of the building. He showed me the place in the crypt where Becket was buried before the magnificent retro choir behind the high altar was constructed to hold the relics. 50 years to the day after the martyr's death, his remains were taken up from the crypt in a chest full of white flowers and placed in a shrine behind the high altar, which became one of the wonders of Christendom. The piety of kings, nobles and common folk covered the shrine with gifts until it seemed to be one blaze of gold and precious stones. Resting on arches of masonry, the shrine was covered by a wooden canopy which could be drawn up on ropes towards the roof. As it slowly rose, pulled upward by the monks, the tinkling of the silver bells attached to it warned pilgrims all over the church that the martyr's shrine was being shown. As the blaze of gold and jewels came in sight, the pilgrims fell upon their knees, while the prior, pointing with a white wand, described and valued ruby, diamond and emerald in English and French. The shrine was dismantled and the relics removed by order of Henry VIII. Several cartloads of treasures were taken away, but one jewel, the great regale of France, Henry VIII reserved for his own use. This was a ruby, or a diamond of extraordinary size, the gift of Louis VII. Henry made it into a ring, which he wore on his thumb. What happened to the bones of Becket has been a mystery ever since. There is no actual proof that they were burned, as some have believed, neither is there positive proof that the monks buried them secretly before the commissioners destroyed the shrine. A great sensation was caused in Canterbury in 1888, when workmen discovered in the crypt, not far from Becket's first tomb, a stone coffin containing the bones of a tall man. The skull appeared to have been smashed by a battle axe or a sword. Were they the bones of Becket? They were photographed, and you can buy photographs of them in Canterbury today for sixpence. And the skeleton was put together by competent anatomists, but no definite conclusion was ever reached about it. The bones were replaced in the coffin, and together with a sealed bottle containing a photograph of the skull and a record of the discovery, reburied in the same place in the crypt where they lie today. As I discussed these matters with Mr. Wood, the modern Canterbury pilgrims were filing past the site of Becket's shrine. There were girls in flannel trousers who had tied coloured handkerchiefs over their heads and under their chins because they were in church. There was an enormous woman wearing bright green beach pyjamas of Chinese silk, for seaside holidays were beginning, and she was attended by a stringy man about 60 years of age who had expressed his revolt from a sedentary life by appearing disguised as a Boy Scout. There was a whispering herd of girl guides, funny elf-like little things with stick-thin legs in black stockings, and a pack of Boy Scouts with huge clasp knives hanging at their thin hips. And they all, children and grown-ups, gazed at the pavement in a sort of pointless awe, listening to the guide and anxious to move on. It would have been a relief for them to have been able to kneel down and pray, but this they did not know, being conscious only of a vague uneasiness. They were seeking in hero worship, although they might have called it improving their minds, that which the medieval pilgrim found so easily in his shrines, a longing to make contact with something outside normal experience. Instead of saintly bones and blood, they had the table knives of the Wolfe family, the spot where Nelson fell, Shakespeare's cradle, the bed that Queen Elizabeth slept in, and Jane Austen's pen wiper. Shall anyone say that such objects are more absurd than those revered by the pilgrim of the Middle Ages? And who can deny that the mobility given to masses of people by the cheap motor car and the motor bus has revived a wave of secular pilgrimage in Protestant England within the past 20 years, and multiplied relics in a way unparalleled since the heyday of the Middle Ages? I went off one morning to see the almshouses of St Nicholas, about 1.5 miles out of Canterbury on the Faversham Road. They stand on top of a steep bank which commands the most typical piece of Kent you could wish to see. It has everything in it. It looks as though an artist has grouped in a small space more of Kent than nature would have dared to do in even her most exuberant moments. In the foreground are oast houses. Beyond them, the ground falls away to rise opposite in slopes which are neatly planted with orchards and with regiments of hops. To the left, chalk downs are folded one against the other, ridged with trees, and among them, I think, are belts of typical black yews. If an artist wished to paint a picture called Kent, all he would have to do would be to take his paint box to the almshouses of St Nicholas and put down what he saw in front of him. The almshouses themselves make a lovely foreground to this panorama. The old grey church stands on the top of the bank, and the ground then slides steeply towards two groups of little grey cottages, each one with a bright front garden. Like all almshouses, the place is quiet and reposed. You know that youth is finally excluded, but flowers and young birds come gaily into this retreat, invading autumn with something of spring's beauty. There was no one to be seen as I stood there, until a baker's boy came whistling down the path and delivered a loaf to an old woman who has sat to Rembrandt many a time. Then 2 old men appeared with a lawnmower and advanced on the curved slope of grass. One old man was unbelievably smart. He wore a bowler hat, a winged collar and tie, and grey cotton gloves. His friend had a piece of string which he attached to the front of the mower in order to assist the machine uphill. I watched them for some time and thought how strange it was to see an old man mowing grass in a bowler hat and gloves. He was, I thought, some old pensioner who had lived all his life in a town, probably some small shopkeeper of Canterbury, noted for his tidiness and his sobriety, and he had carried the outward symbols of rectitude with him to the grey almshouses on Harbledown Hill. "Good morning," I called when they came near me. "A notice on the door says that the sub-prior will show the almshouses to visitors. Will you tell me where I can find him?" The old man in the gloves gave me a friendly smile and gladly, I thought, left the lawnmower. "I am the sub-prior," he said, "and I'll show you the place. Let's have a look at the church first of all." So we climbed up the steep bank together and approached the church of St Nicholas. I thought it delightful that these old people should live under the protection of the patron saint of children. We entered a church which is in parts the same building put up in 1084 by William the Conqueror's friend Lanfranc when he was Archbishop of Canterbury. He built it as the chapel of a leper settlement, and I think I am right in saying that this was the first leper hospital in England. It is still a fine old church and has not been injured by earnest restorers. There is some early Norman carving on the capitals, some beautiful early glass, and a grand open wooden roof. The peculiarity of the building is that the pavement slopes so steeply from chancel downward to the door that if you put an orange on the floor at the end of the church, it would roll rapidly away, and if it went in a straight line, out of the church by the west door. "And why do you think the floor slopes like that?" asked the sub-prior. "I don't know." "Lepers," he said triumphantly. "Lepers were unclean, weren't they? They were diseased, weren't they? Now then, what would they do as soon as lepers had been to church? They would swill the church down with water, and that's why the floor slopes away to the doors, to make it easier to give it a good wash down. I don't know whether there's another church floor like this in England, but if there is, you may be sure it was a leper's church." He then turned to me and said, holding his bowler hat in his hand and looking at me with an expression of great seriousness, Lanfranc endowed this place in the year 1084. It's a long time ago, isn't it? And I'm receiving benefit today. He pointed a finger at his waistcoat and repeated, and I'm receiving benefit today, and thousands more before me, going back nearly 1,000 years. It's a very wonderful thing, isn't it? Well, it is a wonderful thing. Few good deeds have lived so long in the world. I thought that Archbishop Lanfranc, if he were leaning out of heaven at that moment, would have been touched to hear an old man's gratitude. How many of you are there now? I asked. 20, he replied, men and women. We get free quarters and 12 and 6 a week. As we went outside again, the sub-prior began to talk about the history of the place, and an interesting history it is. Leprosy is a disease now happily absent from Europe, but once prevalent everywhere. As the traveller in the East knows, it is still visible there in the twisted and almost unrecognizable forms of the poor wretches who crawl about and ask for alms, though most of these are now being isolated and cared for in institutions. In the Middle Ages, every town in England had a leper house outside the walls, for the lepers were forbidden to live in towns, but they could enter them to beg, always with a wooden clapper to warn people of their unclean approach. They were encountered everywhere, centuries ago, limping along in the high leather boots which they were made to wear. There is still a good deal of mystery about the cause of the infection, but it seems that both rich and poor were subject to the disease in the old days. Among royal lepers were, it is believed, Henry III and Henry IV. A Queen of England is said to have been a leper, Adelicia of Louvain, the second wife of Henry I. It is probable that Robert the Bruce died of leprosy. So did the Bishop of London, Hugh de Orleval, who was the first Bishop of London appointed by William the Conqueror. This bishop was consecrated by Lanfranc in 1075. He died of leprosy 10 years after, so that Lanfranc must have known him when the disease first showed itself. No doubt he discussed it with him, became familiar with his attempts to become cured. I wonder whether this had anything to do with Lanfranc's decision to found a leper hospital. Did he first become interested in the problem of the leper through his unfortunate Bishop of London? Is it not significant that he should have founded the leper hospital in 1084, the year before Hugh de Orleval died? The old man unlocked the door of a little museum which is full of peculiar relics. He went over to the window and pointed to the downs. The pilgrim's way to Canterbury crosses that down, he said, and then dips into that bit of wood there and comes up past this place. Every time the pilgrims came to Harbledown, the lepers would go out and ask for alms, and they always got something, for people were very kind to lepers in the old days. He unlocked the safe and showed me a leper's collecting box. He brought out a pilgrim's flask. He then produced a great and historic relic, the yellow stone from Becket's shoe. I do not know how the lepers gained possession of this relic, if it is what they claimed it to be. Still less do I know how it survived the Reformation. Throughout the Middle Ages it was so famous that all pilgrims kissed it on their way to and from Canterbury. The shoe has long since vanished, and the present occupants of St. Nicholas show the yellow stone set in a wooden mazer bowl. It was this stone which roused the anger of Dean Colet, the founder of St. Paul's School, when he passed that way with Erasmus in 1512. As they came near, an old man tottered out and offered the upper part of a shoe bound with a brass ring. "What?" cried the angry Dean of St. Paul's. "Do these brutes imagine that we must kiss every good man's shoe? Why, by the same rule, they might offer his spittle to be kissed." But Erasmus added, "For my part, I pitied the old man, and gave him a small piece of money by way of consolation." After the relics had been put away, I discovered in conversation with the old man that he had reached that stage, which I suppose we all attain some day, when the past seems infinitely brighter than the present. Nothing was as good today as it was when he was young. I looked at his grey cotton gloves and his bowler hat and wondered what saga of shopkeeping lay behind him. Had he been a grocer, Or a draper? I thought somehow a draper. It was odd to see a man who had obviously never had anything to do with gardens spending his last years tending the earth with gloved hands. At last I ventured, "What did you do in the old days?" "Me? My job?" he asked. "You've heard of Dean Farrar, of course?" I was his gardener. So we've come to this table which you'll recognise. It's a nice September afternoon in the sunshine, and here's Lily come to join me on the table as well. I'm going to read just a little bit more of the H.V. Morton, and this is a walk about Canterbury in the evening. Remember, it's 1939, before the Second World War has begun. It was delightful to walk about Canterbury in the evening, with the sun still lighting the cathedral towers, and streets warm with life and bustle. The old houses and narrow lanes were pervaded by an air of ecclesiastical peace, plenty and privilege. Everyone I spoke to, the girl at the hotel, the boots and the shopkeepers, was distinguished by that smiling affability that comes so naturally to those who are always in brief contact with strangers. Old streets like Mercery Lane cannot have changed much since the Middle Ages, either in appearance or in their function. They exist to sell cheap souvenirs which prove that the purchaser has been to Canterbury. These shops once sold leaden medallions of the head of St. Thomas. Now they sell postcards and ashtrays emblazoned with the city arms. Chesterton might have written a good story about a busload of trippers from Ramsgate who came to Canterbury only to find themselves involved in a miracle. Perhaps T.F. Powys could do even better. And I have the suspicion that an average band of Canterbury pilgrims were much the same a few centuries ago as those today who wander vaguely about the city on a day trip. Could you replace their curiosity with faith, or at least hope? I think you would have a similar crowd of people. There was nothing wrong with pilgrimage except the pilgrim. In the East today you can still see medieval pilgrimage in being, and I have sometimes amused myself by picking out the characters of the Canterbury tales from the motley throng that fills Jerusalem in Passion Week. Still, when all is said and done, maybe one poor simple-hearted creature with tears coursing down his cheeks, experiencing the bliss that neither wealth nor a science degree can give, cancels out all the hard-faced bargainers with God. And no doubt it was the same in Canterbury. In every pilgrimage there must have been at least one who redeemed all the rest. A bell began to ring. Becket would have called that moment Vespers, a lovely word. The Dean and Chapter will call it Evensong, not quite so lovely as the other, but to the general population it was obviously tea time. Were I a tea lover, I could have had a wonderful time in Canterbury, because like most cathedral cities, Canterbury takes its tea seriously. It is rich in examples of that English institution, the tea shop. But alas, I am not a great tea man. I think tea is best drunk in the early morning or in the middle of the night. I also think it extremely odd that we should call an orgy of farinaceous solids by the simple name of a harmless liquid. We might as well call breakfast coffee. I stood at the windows of those shops, gazing over a rampart of cakes to the charming scene beyond, a perfect picture of an English social custom. You will never see anything quite like a Canterbury tea shop anywhere else on earth. It is extraordinary to think what a mighty habit we have built round that dried leaf from the other side of the world, and never once for a matter of 3 centuries have the supplies of it failed us. At the same time, I have held the belief for years that the consumption, except in Scotland where it is the last meal of the day, by middle-aged and elderly people of large quantities of bread and butter, tea cake, crumpet, muffin, jam, honey and cake, is a habit that originated in the nursery. for all English nurses have a passion for colossal and fantastic teas. The young, gazing at them in envious wonderment and denied that repletion which their nurses reserve for themselves, developed the vice in later life and tried to justify themselves by calling it simply tea. It was with an almost Freudian satisfaction that I watched a well-fed, elderly parson peep greedily under the muffin lid and select a warm and buttered segment which he carried to his mouth with juvenile enjoyment. Afterwards, quickly licking the butter from his fingers like a naughty little boy, no doubt he was getting his own back on his nurse. The tea shop, as we know it today, is a fairly recent development. It is the feminine counterpart of the inn. Refinement is its keynote, and it has also inherited a lot from the arts and crafts period. That is, because once upon a time, when a lady in a chintz overall decided to go into business, it was a toss-up whether she opened a tea shop or bought a hand loom and some herbally dyed wool. And the number of ladies who do pervade tea shops with a tremendously ladylike air of bravery and resignation is legion. Another of my theories is that the first generation of such ladies, long ago, when it was daring and emancipated to have a tea shop, plunged into the tea world in order to forget an unhappy love affair, much as men of the same period are believed to have worked off their sorrow upon wild animals in India or Africa. And even today, if you wish to find a lady whose heart is elsewhere, you have only to look for the nearest collection of homemade cakes, jam, lemon curd and ginger nuts, and there you will see, gazing into the distance, the wistful features of Sister Alice. I've always understood that neither Swinburne nor Burne-Jones were much addicted to tea or crumpets. Nevertheless, they have in some strange way bequeathed to the tea shop their drooping, sad Madonnas. I could say a lot more about tea shops. I found in Canterbury, as I knew I should, a fine specimen of the tea shop, beamed like a galleon and striped like a zebra, with a vast fireplace that suggests Falstaff and attracts hikers who eat seed cake. These are the most popular of all tea shops. Does it not seem peculiar to antedate tea by about 3 centuries? Yet if you can find a Tudor building that has been bared to the entrails, if you can then add a few more beams, fill the windows with green glass, install wooden settles and the least comfortable kind of oak chairs known to our ancestors, and if, in addition, you can place in the huge fireplace a spit large enough to take an ox, you will be able to sell poached eggs faster than you can make toast. These Tudor tea shops are, of course, part of the great boom in oak beams that has been going on now for years. I remember once pausing to watch a man building a small house on a bypass road. I asked him why he was nailing thin laths of wood across the front of it. "It's Tudor," he replied. "It may be," I said, "but in Tudor times the beams did something. They were a framework. Your beams don't do anything at all." "Don't matter," he said, "it's Tudor, see? They likes beams inside and out, and they gets them. You take a look along this here road and you'll tell me which houses are snapped up before the roofs are on them. What is it? I'll tell you. It's Tudor." And he was right. All the houses that were either occupied or sold were those on which the builder had nailed lengths of wood to imitate oak beams. Pondering on this, I came to the conclusion that it was not at all funny, but probably obscurely pathetic, for I have an idea that this reaching out for the Elizabethan age, if that is not putting it too high, may be a revolt against the barren and unsatisfactory age of machines in which we live. No doubt in the eyes of the proud depositors of £50 down and the rest over eternity, those little houses, with their absurd beams, were a revulsion against a factory or a heartless chain store, or some horrible soul-stifling job in which no human being could possibly take the slightest pride or interest. Foul and regrettable as these monstrosities are to me, the product of some cheap speculative builder's scheme to get rich quickly, they must be to someone that ideal cottage in the country which haunts the heart of Englishmen. Tudor, may be deplorable or amusing, and it's easy to make fun of it, but it seems to express a longing for something good, and above all, something English. In a better world, our rulers and our educationalists would seek out the meaning of it, and if they found, as I think they might, that it expresses a turning away from a pitiless mechanized age, which is even now thinking about tearing itself to bits, they would see what could be done to deepen that instinct, to develop it, and to save it from the speculator. But so many high-minded people are speculators in these days, and so many educationalists are uneducated. So where does one begin? Having watched the ceremony of tea, I wandered idly through the streets, coming at last to the most bizarre shop window I've ever seen. It was full of rattles, handbells, whistles, electric torches, and gas masks. The shop called itself the ARP Information Bureau. Had it not been closed, I should have gone inside to seek an answer to the question everyone is asking, although it was only too clear that the organisers of this exhibition had no doubt about the answer. The central feature of the window was a chart setting forth the various signals to be used in air raids. Upon the signal "Action Warning," people were to take cover. Upon the signal "Raiders Passed," they were to emerge. The gas alarm would be signalled by rattles and the "all clear" by handbells. No one seemed interested in this window, and I was its only student. I thought it a grim contrast to the crowded happy tea shops of Canterbury. An ogre of a shop, something too grotesque to be comic, but too improbable to be true. At the same time, the rattles and handbells, instead of appearing the most modern of all window displays, had a queer air of the archaic, as if they were a collection of bygones in a museum. I found it difficult to imagine men running through the lovely streets of Canterbury waving rattles or ringing bells. Surely Canterbury will never know the sound of war. As I was turning away, a man came up and looked at the window. "Do you think we shall ever need these?" I asked him, nodding towards the grisly display. He was a cautious, spectacled little man who peered at me carefully before he replied. "Well, I don't really know," he said, "but I suppose it's better to be on the safe side. We're very keen on ARP in Canterbury, as you see, but it's not easy to get people interested. May I ask if you are connected with ARP?" He was apologetic about this, as if he thought I might laugh at him. "Well, if you really want to know," he said, "I am an air raid warden." He peered up anxiously, and when I did not smile, he went on. "The trouble is that people don't think we're serious. They think this war scare is just newspaper talk, and that everything is going to come out all right. But you bet they'll get interested as soon as something happens." He looked round into the night, his spectacles gleaming, as if he heard already the whine of civilization's doom, and he went off with nothing to indicate that he belonged to a new order of knighthood, the knight of the twirling rattle.
Hey Matthew, I thought you might be interested in seeing what we're working on for the Church of the Incarnation in Dallas. We're making another window for them. So this one here is going to be obviously the Transfiguration of Christ, and their wish really is to have windows made for them that look like the Canterbury windows. So I'm using elements from our stained glass in the cathedral to make their scenes, you know, things that we don't actually have in the cathedral. And for this I was inspired by Russian icons and also by a transfiguration of Christ from Bourges Cathedral, which looks quite different, but it has that sort of element of these rays, the Chi-Rho in effect in the center here. So these figures are all made up from little elements from our windows. I've taken a face of one of the ancestors of Christ for Christ's face, drapery from another body, and so on.
and my colleagues are making this. It's a total collaboration between most of us in the workshop. Come over here, have a look at the work in progress. So there's Joy, and she is at the moment doing the thankless job of a repetitive border pattern all the way around this window. And the way she does that is she actually coats individual pieces of glass with an even layer of dark paint, and then she scratches that pattern out manually. And she has to occasionally make take a break from this and do a little bit of painting of drapery, because otherwise you go mad. And then over here, this window consists actually of 3 different scenes. So we've got a large scene at the top showing the Transfiguration of Christ. And then below that we have an Old Testament scene and a New Testament scene. Young Testament scene, nice one. Here we've got the family of Jacob with Rachel and Joseph and Leah and her children, having a bit of a discussion with Jacob about the treatment of Joseph, I suppose. And Joseph, of course, is having his vision here already, and Rachel is the one who sees that. Everybody else concentrates on earthly things. And over here is Christ in the house of Mary and Martha. And I think that is the moment just before Martha says, "Why am I doing all the housework?" So there's Martha, there's Mary listening to Christ preaching. And I think it'll be a really nice window when it's finished. But it'll take us a little bit more time. And while we're doing all this, there is also some work that we're doing on medieval glass. I don't know whether you've heard that we've had a really, really exciting and successful exhibition at the British Museum. We loaned them an entire miracle window. And now that the glass has come back from the British Museum to us, we're taking the opportunity to do some more research. And so if we go downstairs, I'll introduce you to Rachel Koopmans, who is basically the lead on this research project. So, meet Rachel Koopmans, an American friend who has been working with us for years now on investigating the miracle windows of Thomas Becket. Rachel is originally from America, from the United States, but she now teaches at York University in Toronto. And we have her here for the next 2.5 months with us to look at Window North 3, which has just come back from the British Museum. And we're already making discoveries. It's so exciting. Rachel, tell me what you're looking for in this panel.
Well, first, just hello from one American to another. I'm really pleased to be part of this video. This panel is one of the most interesting in the window that was removed from the cathedral and on display at the British Museum. It shows a shrine at the top here and Becket sort of bursting out of it. And there's a gentleman lying on a bed beneath Becket. And this panel is actually the very first one that was ever illustrated in a book. So it first appears in 1859, the first of all the miracle windows to be illustrated. And the guy who illustrated it in the 19th century thought it was a vision of a monk of the cathedral. But we now know that this can't be a monk, and maybe Leonie wants to explain why.
Well, now that we actually had the window in the workshop, because it is this particular panel is at the very apex of this window, so a good 8 meters above ground level. Now, the paint on the face of the person in bed is so decayed that you can't blame people for not having seen the detail. But look at it closely. This person doesn't have a tonsure. He's got a bandage around his head. So when I saw that, I called Rachel really excitedly and said, Rachel, find me a miracle of Thomas Becket that has a man with either a very severe headache or a head injury who has a vision of Thomas Becket. It's certainly not a monk.
That's right. So we think now that this man is Aylward, who was the subject of the most famous of all of Becket's early miracles. And he had the unfortunate happenstance of being blinded and castrated for a theft, which he did not do. And this is a vision and an appearance of Becket that shows that he's going to be okay. He's going to weather that experience, and he will be healed by Becket after that happens.
And Aylward was actually visited while he was in prison with his head injury. He was visited by a priest, or more than one priest, really, who basically encouraged him to turn to Becket with his prayers for help and healing. And now that we've got the panel in the workshop, we suddenly realize, look, there is a whole area here that looks really odd. There are lots of new pieces of blue glass inserted. And if you look at this whole block, there could be an entire figure missing here. So we think now that this is for sure Aylward, a missing priest, and the figure of Becket that Aylward is going to direct his entreaties to. And what we're going to do today, after we've now looked at, every single piece of glass so far and made our assessment of whether it's an original piece or a later insertion or just a piece of medieval glass that has been reused, now we're going to concentrate on the inscription, because that again has had a lot of paint loss, and I think there will be lots of answers in this inscription that hopefully will support our theory. And if it doesn't support our theory, we'll have to start again. New one, come up with a new theory.
So it's been such a tremendous privilege to be able to work here with Leonie and with all the glaziers. It's just a wonderful second home. And I'm sure we all wish that you could be here and have a look at this panel yourself.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Take care. Well, the story really starts here, in that I was doing research on the woman who wrote this book, which is the first guidebook to Canterbury stained glass. And very fortunately, all of her papers were preserved after her death. And I was working through all of this correspondence and the documents and discovered that among these papers were the actual notebooks that she used or that she made as she went through the cathedral with the glazier, Samuel Caldwell Sr., and she took notes on what he was telling her in terms of the content of the glass. And I found with this schematic that on this panel, which we had queried as possibly being medieval, she had in fact written old and horse on it. And so what that means is that the glazier told her it's an old panel. And this is the same man who supposedly made that panel. So that certainly got the suspicion going that perhaps what we had here really was an old panel, a medieval panel, and not something that had been made up by a restorer. After I found Emily Williams' notebook, in which she had indicated that the panel was old, it occurred to me that there were photos that were early, and I looked at this photo, which dates from 1861, and I'd actually looked at this many times before, but now I looked to see if that panel was indeed in the photograph, and sure enough, there it is. You can actually see the horse on that panel. So this image dates to 1861, which is decades then before this panel was supposedly made. So again, this made us think, boy, this really could be a medieval panel and not one that was made by a restorer in the late 19th century.
she started coming to me asking me questions about the windows. And some of them I realized I couldn't answer because we were working from photographs, and you can't really answer all questions just from photographs. But I also realized that the questions she was asking were important ones.
So once Leonie was convinced that it really was worthwhile for us to have a close look at this glass, she put in an application to get permission to remove the panels from the window. And the Friends of Canterbury Cathedral very generously funded the entire project. So in July of this past year, the scaffolding went up and all of the figural panels came out and were brought to the studio. And so you can see the panel with the pilgrims there right in the center. So once we had the panel in the studio, what we did was to examine every single piece of glass within it. So stained glass is a mosaic art, and what you have are small pieces of glass all held together by lead. So Leonie went through every single piece of glass in the panel, and there are over 250 pieces of glass within this one panel, to determine whether it was a medieval piece or a modern piece.
The image on the left here shows our original, quite skeptical assessment of what might be medieval glass, and we thought perhaps 40%. But the reality is much better. We have probably over 70% of the original image left. And this now allows us to produce standard charts for art historians to consult in the future, and those will be published. And this is pretty close to what the window would have looked like when it was brand new.
One of the most exciting things that we were able to see once we had the glass in the studio was the fact that the original inscription of this panel is still there. So when you look at this panel in the window, it just looks as if the pilgrims are traveling along a white road. But if you get it into the studio and put raking light on it, so light that's coming at it at an angle, what you can see are the remains of letters still on the glass. And I remember that moment. I think we actually started dancing around the studio. We were so happy to find this. And this section of the inscriptions has the letters R-I-N. And when we looked at the entire inscription, we were able to find the letters that spell out Peregrini Sancti, which means pilgrims of the saint.
Well, the most exciting discovery is to find a medieval scene that we didn't know we had, and one of such importance and of such beauty. It's really surprising how elegant, how complex, how interested in social interaction. It is full of information about life in the Middle Ages and what pilgrims really experienced when they were on the road. There are many things that we're learning from this. First of all, it's the first time that we really have a very accurate picture of what is medieval, what's original, what's later, how the changes have occurred. And we now also know how to date it much better, because we can compare it to other existing glass in Canterbury Cathedral where we know the date, and we now reliably know what to compare it with. Another really interesting outcome is that throughout the whole window we've begun to understand how close the text sources were expressed in the imagery. So there is a really, really close collaboration between the people who wrote the miracles and the people who designed the windows. And that's really exciting.
Gloria in excelsis Deo, et in terra pars hominibus bone voluntatis, laudamus te benedicimus te, adore
Good morning, Matthew. Greetings from David and
Good morning.
Janice Reed. You may remember that we've met several times in Canterbury, and we thought on this beautiful autumn morning that we would send you a message of love and best wishes. We're sitting in our garden with our border terrier Winston. He's a bit distracted because he's looking at the treat jar. He's been promised one if he sits for a while and helps in greeting you. So you'll have to forgive him, he's just seen it. We live in Chilham, which you may know. It's a village in just about 6 miles from Canterbury. It's got a lovely medieval centre and a Norman keep and a castle. It's said that Julius Caesar at one time camped on the hill that is now Chilham because, of course, it gave him a view of the countryside. Whether or not that's historically true, I'm not sure. But the castle itself is beautiful. it's just been sold, apparently, so it is rumoured, for 13 million or just over, to someone no one knows anything about. So we're waiting to have these rumours confirmed. The centre of the village is very beautiful, and it's quite a kind of community spirit there, which we enjoy too. We live about 2 miles from the centre of the village, and you can probably hear that we're quite close to a main road, but on the other 3 sides of the house we've got fields, and so we can walk out of our house onto the downs and to a farm just really yards away. Behind us is a field that at the moment is occupied by quite a large herd of cows and an enormous bull. I really don't think I've ever seen such a big bull in my whole life. And he's very noisy, and Winston, I'm afraid, does try to make quite a lot of noise when he sees the cows out here, and the bull seems to be quite placid so far. I'll hand over to David to say a few things now.
Good morning again, Matthew. On a more serious note, the United States has been much in our minds in this country over the past few days, particularly with the 9/11 memorial events. We ourselves were in New York just a few years ago, I think 7 or 8 years ago, and visited the site and were very moved by everything that we saw there. Quite separately, COVID is still an issue in this country as it is in yours, but it is easing, and we're optimistic about the future. We hope that before too long travel between our 2 countries will be made more easy. In the meanwhile, we wish you our very best on this beautiful autumn morning.
With love from us both, and from Winston, who I'm afraid sadly disappeared. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good morning, Matthew, and welcome to the practice room here in the Cathedral. I've got the boys with me. Boys, say hello, give a wave. Hello! It's 7:30ish in the morning here, and as you can see, they're all bright and alert and raring to go. We're about to do a bit of practice for Evensong. We're going to start with a warm-up, and then after that we'll have a bash at St Tompkins' first service. So, boys, here we go. Standing, please. Feet slightly apart, knees slightly bent. Bit of shaking the shoulders, wriggling the wrists. Okay, touch your noses, your ears, your knees. Aha. Your noses, your ears, your knees, your knees, your knees, your knees, your knees, your shoulders. Good. Feel it down here. Good. Feel your muscles tense there when you do that. Now we're on in the roof of the mouth. Excellent. Go. Excellent. No air at all. But sing me. We're twanging. Keep that twang and go to ma. Not too loudly though. Right in the middle of the notes. This way please boys, how's Correg? Beginning. warm and round. And one. We're back in the cathedral. I've sent the boys off to school in their minibuses, and as you might be able to hear in the background, it's organ tuning day. So I'm going to take you up the stairs behind me to meet Sam, who's our organ tuner, and who's going to tell you a little bit about our new instrument here. Matthew, I've climbed all the way up into the organ chamber here, and you've caught us on an organ tuning day, and so I'm pleased to introduce Sam, who's going to tell you a little bit about our new organ.
Hi, I'm Sam. It's a great privilege to be the tuner from Harrison & Harrison's for Canterbury Cathedral, and today is one of our 2 4-day through tunes where I'll tune every single pipe in the organ to get it ready for the next 6 months of service. We're here on the south side of the organ, which is where the organ always has been from the Willis days. We have our brand new 32-foot board on beside us, and we're in the pedal chamber with the solo tuba. The organ here is really going back to its roots from what it was in the 80s rebuild. So we've gone back to 4 manuals from 3, and we've also extended over to the other side of the choir. So we now have a brand new organ in the north transept as well, which houses the solo, the large 32-foot open wood, the choir organ, and the new great transept organ. So we have the organ surrounding the entire choir now, and it's much, much larger, which is why we need 4 days to tune through, as well as the monthly reed tunings.
Matthew, we're back in the song room this afternoon, and I'm really pleased to introduce to you 3 of our 4 new choral scholars. This is a new initiative this year for singers who are at an early stage in their careers. Welcome to Helen and Joel and Harry, who are going to say hello and wave at the camera in a cheery manner. We're here to practice some Purcell, which we're singing tonight at Evensong, so hopefully you'll be able to catch that on YouTube. Or you'll probably have caught it on YouTube already by now. Right, here we go.
My Quicken me, O Lord, according to thy word. Quicken me, quicken me, quicken me, O Lord. Quicken me, quicken me, quicken me, quicken me, quicken me, according to thy word.
Hello there. Just putting the finishing touches to the greatest moment in British choral history, what I think anyway.
Hello Matthew, we've come to the end of the day here at the Cathedral, and as you can see I've got members of the girls' choir behind me. Say hello girls. Hello. And we're getting to the end of our rehearsal now. You can see it's rather dark around us, and we're going to sing you a little bit of Stamford in B flats. Here we go.
Hi, hello Matthew, it's Fletcher. I thought that it might be quite fun for you to have a tour of the garden, which we so wish you were walking around with us at the moment, along with Mum and Dad, Tom and Becky, hi. But at the moment I know that with travel being difficult, with COVID and all manner of other reasons, it's probably not going to happen sometime yet, but we hope still that it might happen one day. And here is the Green Court and the front gate, and then as we come round we will go this way because we've got the stall, which
no device found.
We're selling eggs and fruit and veg and things from the garden to raise money for Pilgrims and for Porchlight, the hospice and the homeless shelter. And then we come around, there's not much left because most people have bought things after Mass this morning, it being Sunday today. And then we've got this view, which you know very well, which is obviously the main drive-in, kitchen on the left, and Bell Harry on the right. So we'll go on from here and have a look at some of the roses as we go down. Before we get to the roses, you can see that autumn is well and truly on its way and summer's coming to a close. And we've got here some of the hips of the roses and some wonderful berries which are looking really spectacular. So it does make one wonder if it might be a hard winter. They always say that there's going to be lots of fruit around when there's going to be a severe winter to feed all of the birds and the animals.
And one of the first roses we come to is actually Christopher Marlowe. We planted him because obviously he was educated here at King's and grew up here. He was born just around the corner. And his colourful rose, which was named and developed for him by David Austin Sr., obviously conjures his colourful character and tempestuous nature. And we thought that while we're covering some of the other roses, that Robert might read you a little piece of Marlowe.
The Passionate Shepherd to His Love by Christopher Marlowe, OKS. Come live with me and be my love, and we will all the pleasures prove that hills and valleys, dale and field, and all the craggy mountains yield. There will we sit upon the rocks and see the shepherds feed their flocks by shallow rivers, to whose falls melodious birds sing madrigals. There will I make thee beds of roses, and 1,000 fragrant posies, a cap of flowers and a kirtle, embroidered all with leaves of myrtle, a gown made of the finest wool, which from our pretty lambs we pull, fair lined slippers for the cold, with buckles of the purest gold, a belt of straw and ivy buds, with coral clasps and amber studs. And if these pleasures may thee move, come live with me and be my love. Thy silver dishes for thy meat, as precious as the gods do eat, shall on an ivory table be, prepared each day for thee and me. The shepherd swains shall dance and sing for thy delight each May morning. If these delights thy mind may move, come live with me and be my love.
And here we are just a little bit further along. This is the front of the house that you know so well, the front door, and then obviously the drawing room upstairs, the main suite where you sometimes stay, or the green room in the tower in front of you. Then panning round slightly, you can see the cathedral. Where Robert's taking Evensong at the moment. And then moving to the other end of the forecourt, we've got the trees on the lawn with a nice view of the Bell Harry there. It's extraordinary to see how these trees have grown, really. They're 11 years old this year. So, well, or not 11 years old, but we planted them 11 years ago. And they've done really, really beautifully. And the only problem we had in this area was just that the grass was really slow in growing, and we've tried to establish a little bit of a sort of shady wildflower garden here, but the ground was too compacted. So we've had the pigs, which you would have seen in morning prayer, and they've done a really wonderful job of sort of just opening up the surface a bit, so we can now top dress that and reseed it and put some bluebells in for the spring for next year, which will make it look really pretty, and then have a nice lawn in time for all of the bishops coming next summer for the Lambeth Conference. So we'll just carry on round and leave the trees and then carry on round into the next parts of the garden. So here's the garage area, which has grown really beautifully, as you can see. So you'll remember that before about 2010, when I started re-landscaping all of this, there wasn't a plant in sight here. I was just checking, but yeah, no, there was nothing there at all. So it's now very bosky and it's starting to look really beautiful. with all of the climbers growing up, which have been such an absolute haven for different birds. Robert and I worked out that I think we've had something like 23 new species of birds come into the garden, and at least a dozen of those now nest regularly. So it's really turning into quite a haven and quite an important oasis now in the city. There's no end of the building of the city, which is being slowly destroyed by the council, but it's really important that we create little oases in the back gardens where we can. And of course you can see the roof there of Table Hall, which would have been the Prior's dining hall, refectory, main entertaining space, and the site in front of you between us would have been the site of the medieval kitchens. And of course my study was the dairy up until about the 1500s, but the building in front dates from about 1320. So we'll go through the gate now. You can see some of the birds flying around. I think they're just lowly sparrows, but they all love having the climbers because they can get the heat from the house, and they also help insulate the house, the climbers, not the birds. And we get the benefit of all the birds sort of living on the house. Actually, I did want to show you, just before we go through the gates, the colouring up of the Virginia creeper, which is looking really pretty. It's covering the monstrosity of the extension of the choir school, which, although much needed, of course, completely destroyed the view of all of the rooms at this end of the deanery of the cathedral. And you know, we get exhaust fumes and all manner of things, but actually, you know, with the Virginia creeper, at least we've got a nice frame for some more foliage where some more animals and birds and things can live, so it's not all bad. And here's the south side of the house, which is looking similarly covered in plants. It's, again, there wasn't a single plant here, so this is quite a transformation, but one which you've watched grow over the last 11 years. So it's this is supposed to be the golden garden, but it's not really worked because we've got lots of pink roses that have grown over the wall. So it's the kind of pink and gold garden. Similarly, the garden behind was supposed to be the pink garden, but all the yellow roses from here have grown over that way. It wasn't very well thought out, really. But nominally, this is the gold garden. So you can see you've got the gold coming into the foliage and the flowers there. And that rose there is actually Pat Austin, which are growing through here along with Graham Thomas. Pat Austin's one which David Austin Sr., lovely man, grew for his late wife, much loved wife Pat, who's a lovely lady and an artist, but sadly died of cancer. And of course now poor David Austin's died as well now, but I think he'll be happy to be reunited with Pat. But he wasn't very happy with this variety of rose. He believed that it was not a very strong grower, didn't flower very well, and was completely infested with different diseases and just about everything wrong with it. But actually we've been really pleased with it here, and it's always grown really well for us. So it always gave him much pleasure to sort of know that they were growing well here, at least, even if they didn't grow very well at his garden in Albrighton. So we'll go on round and continue the tour of the garden. So this is quite a fun area around the back of the house. Again, it was just a complete concrete yard, and when they built the extension on the back of the choir school, we had this sort of wooden extension which didn't really make any kind of sense with any of the buildings around it. So we decided to accentuate that by planting loads of bamboos and trying to make it feel a more oriental type area, and I think it kind of works. It's a beautiful place to come when it's a really hot, stinking hot day, and you can get the shade and the breeze that passes down the back of the house. But it's also a sort of notion of creating more of a constricted space and entrance into the main garden proper. So as you come round, the idea is that it gets increasingly dark and shady and constricted, and then you have that sort of crescendo of coming out onto the garden lawn. So we'll go along a little bit further, which opens up a little for the back terrace, but then you'll see what I mean when you get onto the lawn. So this is just before the back terrace. This is really a part of the garden where I like to explore different contours and leaf shapes and really textures of the different plants. So you've got lots of different aces, and I'll try and move the camera without jogging too much. I think that works. And then so you've got really sort of the complete mishmash deliberately of different shapes. So you've got the long sort of strands of the things like the phormiums, and then you've got the sort of wonderful shapes of the hibiscus contrasted with those of the fatsias and the aces, the maples, yeah, no, it's quite fun. And then little pockets of colour that come out seasonally. So you've got, again, the little sort of grassy type plants on the left, which have got the beautiful fragrant daylilies. It's Lilia asphodilus. It's a really sort of orchid-like sort of flower. And so you'll get a whole bank of those just for a few weeks in late spring. And then you've got sort of Japanese anemones and various other things. And of course, the main show really is the wisteria, which comes out all the way down and flowers on and off all the way through the summer, with two really main flowerings, one April, May, and then one in sort of August time. But the other one, which you would have seen in morning prayer, because most of these sites you'll have seen in morning prayer, but is actually this lovely clematis here, which we bought from Christo Lloyd over at his gardens at Great Dixter, which we've very, very happy memories of going to with you on a very rainy day and sort of running round and trying to keep dry, but having an awful lot of fun. So we'll go on. So just before we get to the French windows, we've got this lovely walled garden, which at the moment is mostly occupied with the Niger plants, really beautiful yellow plants, but they're coming to the end, so they need to get trimmed off soon. But the chickens occupy this, and of course they're the ones that lay the lovely eggs for the charity stall at the gate. So they work very hard and do a really good job of supplying everyone with lovely fresh eggs each week. And of course, as you've seen elsewhere, this is where Darcy loves to come just to show off to the hens. And he'll spend all day in here. We have to watch him because he'll forget to eat and drink and just spends from morning to night until we kick him out, just prancing up and down and up and down and up and down and showing himself off to the hens, who I think are fairly bemused as to what this strange turkey's doing on the other side of the wire. But Darcy's absolutely sure of his absolute beauty and dominance, so it doesn't bother him. A quick shot back, looking back towards the bamboo walk with some of the more foliage. You can see the lovely big fig tree, which crops really well each year. We cut it back every other year, so we tend to get a crop in the in-between year, and it does really well. It needs a year and a half to actually fruit and ripen in the climate here. Sadly, it's not like in Spain where you get 2 crops a year. Here you just have to just wait a bit longer. And here is an area which I think Becky will remember, but certainly Matthew, you know, it's the lovely area outside the French windows, which we put in a few years ago. And I honestly can't imagine how we coped before having the French windows, because it's changed life and access for not only the 2 of us, but also the thousands of people that come each year. Being able to come in through the front door and then straight through the house and out into the back. Whereas before there was that tiny door which a fair number of people, and I'm not far off myself at the moment, were a bit too portly to squeeze through, so we had to send all the rather large people around the back, which was always a bit embarrassing. But no, this is where we often have breakfast and where we sit and have tea. And it's lovely to be able to sort of do it just outside the house. So we'll move forward, and I'll try and be brave and walk it without wobbling it too much to the main lawn. Oops. Quarter plant. Here we go. And there's the main lawn. And a little bit of evening sunshine, which is always nice. So this year, because we knew because of COVID that nobody would be walking on the lawn, we decided to let it grow longer. There was a call out nationally for people to try and conserve water by not watering their lawns all year. So I thought, well, actually it's stupid, because the only reason grass needs so much water is because it's cut all the time. So if it's not cut all the time, then it probably won't need so much water, and we can just see what happens to it. So this year we've been rewarded with orchids and all manner of wild flowers, which weren't sown, they've just come up naturally. And the birds have just absolutely loved it. So the wild birds as well as the poultry, and of course the cats love playing in it. So they make little camps all over the place. But it's going to be quite sad putting it back to a boring mown lawn again, which is terribly tired and a bit of a desert as well. So it is worth remembering that there is almost nothing for animals or birds when the lawns are immaculate. So it's much nicer to have them looking like this, and then all of that can actually reward us with beautiful sights, but also of course also feed innumerable numbers of sort of birds and animals and insects and what have you. So we'll walk on now to the herbaceous border, and then I'll show you some of the borders and some of the lovely plants that are growing at it. So this is the herbaceous border this year. Not the best year, to be honest. It's been a little bit disappointing. The weather's been absolutely rubbish. Not enough sunshine, which the herbaceous plants really need to flower well. There has been a lot of water, but sometimes a bit too much, so some of the more tropical plants have actually suffered really from that. They're growing on well now, but we're end of September and it won't be long before autumn really starts making itself known. So I think probably another month or so before everything starts dying back properly, which is a real pity, because everything is like the bananas and the sparmannia and the sugarcane and all of the other things that we planted in, the gingers and things, are really starting to do nicely. But I think and I fear it's a little bit too late, but next year. So hopefully we'll get everything looking really good for the Lambeth Conference next year, when we'll have a load of entertaining on the lawn, and I will then sort of get a lot more sort of planting done earlier, hopefully next year, and try and bring things on and just hope that the weather's a little bit more favourable. But I'll just show you a few images of some of these plants, and then you can enjoy them too.
Hi Matthew, it's a Sunday afternoon and the bells are ringing for Evensong, but I thought we'd just read a passage from one of my favourite guidebooks to Canterbury, which is the book which was written by Lois Lang Sims, and she obviously just loved the city of Canterbury and the cathedral, and that comes out almost in every line. So here's the beginning of Lois Lang Sims' Guide to Canterbury Cathedral. On June the 24th, 1942, an unpremeditated service was held in the nave of Canterbury Cathedral, called by the mayor and conducted by the Archbishop. To this service came flocking so many of the citizens that even Canterbury's nave could scarcely hold them, and that was a time when the population of the city was depleted beyond the imagination of its present teeming inhabitants. 3 weeks earlier, on the night of Trinity Sunday, the Holy Mother Church of Holy Trinity, as Archbishop Thomas Becket was in the habit of calling it, had been the target of an air attack lasting from 1 o'clock in the morning until 3. Continuous dive bombing had reduced the precincts to a shambles, and the whole of that area of the city to what seemed to the emerging shelterers, when the attackers were gone, to be a roaring furnace. Not one of those shelterers had expected to find the cathedral still there, untouched. And yet it was. In the city itself, there was tragedy and loss of life, but the Church of the Holy Trinity stood undamaged, ringed about with fire, and no one within its precincts had been hurt. In wartime, it is easy to believe in the miraculous. Certainly there was one, at least partial, explanation of this particular miracle in the shape of the fire service and ARP personnel who for 2 hours had been sprinting up and down ladders all over the roof, picking up the fire bombs as they fell and chucking them down onto the grass. The fact, however, remains that during the Second World War, 15 high explosive bombs fell in the precincts, and the cathedral itself was not hit. In the highly charged atmosphere of that time, many people believed that its saints had been protecting it. Others said simply that it was a storehouse of power. No doubt it was all a coincidence. But what is coincidence? A coincidence of what? In any case, on that 24th of June, the citizens of Canterbury went to their cathedral to give thanks. They thanked God that this holy and beautiful house of prayer had not been damaged by the bombs. Also for the courage, steadfastness and friendliness which had been evoked when all so readily worked together to save life, to check damage and to lighten the burden of those who suffered. They prayed for the bereaved and commended to God those who had lost their lives. The cathedral was decked with summer flowers, roses, peonies, delphiniums, irises, white foxgloves, and Canterbury bells. After the war, a service of thanksgiving was held in the presence of King George VI and Queen Elizabeth. There have been royal occasions, many of them of the utmost splendour in Canterbury Cathedral since the days of King Ethelbert. Monarchs, beloved and not so beloved, have been welcome there. Canute brought the gift of his crown. Henry II came barefoot to kneel at the tomb of St. Thomas and submit to the most humiliating chastisement. King Stephen and King John were crowned in the cathedral. The Black Prince came to it with his prisoner, the King of France. Elizabeth I rode on horseback to the west door. Charles II, returning from exile, came straight to Canterbury from Dover and paused there to attend a service. No visiting king or queen deserved or received a greater welcome than was given by the citizens of Canterbury in the summer of 1946 to the man who had been their wartime monarch. But those who remembered that earlier service in the midst of the war inevitably thought of it as an infinitely more moving experience. This holy and beautiful house of prayer. Was it perhaps Archbishop William Temple who thought of those words to describe the cathedral? Or was it Dean Hewlett Johnson or Precentor Joseph Poole, that lover of economy and accuracy of words? Or Maire Lefebvre, descendant of the Huguenot refugees who were granted in perpetuity a place of worship in the crypt by one of the greatest gestures of ecumenism in the history of the Church? The cathedral is holy, and it is beautiful. Beauty and holiness do not always go together, but where they do not, there is a lack, insofar as the innermost reality is not outwardly expressed. Beauty is order. It is that which Simone Weil has called the order of the world. It has to do with the second person of the Trinity, the creative word, which issues in those fair forms which will lead us, according to Plato, to the knowledge of truth. In the Christian tradition, man is potentially the perfected image of the divine. Therefore, the cathedrals and churches of Christendom were designed in the form of a man, which is also the form of a cross. These things have to be realized before we draw near to such a place. They have to be realized actually to enable us to draw near to it with more than our mere feet. Nothing exists apart from its context. If the cathedral bestows a peculiar character upon the city which it dominates, equally its own character is determined by the city and by the Kentish countryside. The cathedral is what it is by virtue of its precise position on this globe. It has affinities with the particular quality of the atmosphere and the light in one particular place. The cathedral belongs to Canterbury and to Kent. Throughout its recorded history, Kent has been on the whole a fruitful, well-ordered locality, producing a type of men and women remarkable for their staunch stability and pride. The Romans, in no uncertain manner, left their mark upon it. In Canterbury, or Durovernum, as they called it, they established a prosperous city with an enormous theatre and at least one temple, which appears to have been the centre of an important cult. A considerable deposit of votive coins near the site of this temple, together with the bones of animals ritually sacrificed, suggests that Canterbury was a place of pilgrimage in the 2nd and 3rd centuries after Christ. But the Romans were late arrivals in these parts. The Celts were here first, and there is a strong tradition, supported by archaeological evidence, of Druidic influence. Possibly a connection exists between the original character of the city as a centre of religious life and the fact that it afterwards became the Lourdes of medieval Europe. In any case, it has and has always had a double image, that of the temple and of the shop. Canterbury has been, and proudly so, a city of shopkeepers and merchants, their feet planted firmly on this earth. John Boyle, in his Portrait of Canterbury, observes that the city has a claim to be known as the mother of the Bank of England, since its mint, which was flourishing in the first quarter of the 7th century, had the distinction of striking the first penny as an act of homage to Offa, King of Mercia, by the kings of Kent. Formerly a vital junction of Roman roads, the city retained its importance as lying on the direct route to London from the coast of France. In its medieval heyday, the place was a teeming hive in which the majority of the citizens did well for themselves and had an eye to the main chance in this world as well as the next. The poor they had always with them, but even the poor had a fine selection of religious houses at the doors of which they might supplicate for the leavings of the monks. Blackfriars and Greyfriars, to say nothing of the two great rival establishments of St Augustine's Abbey and the Cathedral Priory of Christchurch. A quarrelsome lot they all were. The pilgrims, of course, must have got on their nerves, in exactly the same way as the tourists streaming over to Canterbury from the continent get on the nerves of indigenous Canterburyans in the present. The citizens had a good deal to put up with from other directions as well. If the pilgrims were frequently troublesome, so were the monks. Kings and archbishops, confronted by the priors' representatives in truculent mood, had been known to shut themselves up in their palaces and refuse to come out, not untypical of the relations between the sacred and the secular in Canterbury was the action of enraged citizen who smote one of the brethren smartly over the head with a halibut, which sounds as if it might have been a formidable medieval weapon, until we learned that the aggressor was a fishmonger and the two protagonists were haggling over the price of fish. It is an odd thought that anyone returning to Canterbury now, after an absence of 30 years, would experience more difficulty in finding his way about than if he were suddenly to be transported 800 years into the past. By the 12th century, the city was well and solidly laid out. Burgate was by then an old established street. It must have been, in part at least, this quality of solidity and permanence, triumphing over bloodshed, fire and epidemic, which gradually bestowed upon Canterbury its overweening civic pride, a pride of clanging bells and pullulating life, a pride, later on, of self-complacency and intellectual sleep. As the sound of bells became dreamier, the ecclesiastics sleeker, the poor less indiscreetly evident, the ivy thicker over Prior Sellinger's gate. In the 19th century, Ecclesia Anglicana must have dominated the city as surely as ever it was dominated by the monks. Slipping to and fro in its streets went the black figures, tightly encased, canons, archdeacons, bishops, black aprons, black gaiters, black cockaded hats. Supreme in his own cathedral was the dean. The archbishop himself could only preach in the cathedral by permission of the dean, who more than anyone else was an individual of unique but entirely local and specialized importance. Those were the soft, quiet seasons, as T.S. Eliot put it in Murder in the Cathedral. Dickens, in David Copperfield, writing of the ragged little boy, more real to us now than any of those clerical ghosts, who stole through the streets of the city on his way back to seek shelter with his aunt, evokes that Victorian scene and sets it delightfully within its context of the fields of Kent. He writes, "I seem to be sustained and led on by my fanciful picture of my mother in her youth before I came into the world. It always kept me company. It was there among the hops when I lay down to sleep. It was with me on my waking in the morning. It went before me all day. I have associated it ever since with the sunny street of Canterbury, dozing as it were in the hot light, and with the sight of its old houses and gateways, and the stately grey cathedral, with the rooks sailing round the towers." Canterbury is strongly associated with this particular book. It contains the house which Dickens imagined as belonging to Mr. Wickfield, where David Copperfield spent his youth in the company of Agnes. Those of us who have had a lifelong devotion to this novel are still arrested occasionally, in the midst of all the noise and agitation which nowadays obliterates the cawing of those rooks, by a mental picture of David and Agnes, hand in hand, walking primly together through Christchurch Gate on their way to Sunday morning church. Christchurch Gateway is the way to the cathedral for the vast majority of those who visit it. The alternative approach by way of the Mint Yard and the Green Court is chiefly for the King's School and those of the cathedral staff, including the Dean, who live in the north side, as did the prior and his monks. Despite the band of shield-bearing angels which forms the principal decoration of the gate, it is a thoroughly secular-looking edifice, begun but not finished during the priorate of Thomas Goldston II. It displays in a prominent position his punning rebus of 3 gold stones. Above them are the mitre and staff, generally the prerogative of bishops, but granted to the priors of Christchurch as a mark of special favour by the Pope. Prior Goldston II died in 1517, shortly before the completion of his gate, leaving a sum of money for the finishing of it. 3 years later, in the spring of 1520, not so many years before the dissolution of the monastery and the plunder of the shrine of St. Thomas by King Henry VIII, that same monarch rode jauntily beneath the new and gleaming gateway in the company of the Emperor Charles V. The 2 young men were greeted by Archbishop Warham and by Prior Thomas Goldwell, after which they paid their respect at the shrine and proceeded to the archiepiscopal palace, there to be entertained at incredible expense. Prior Goldwell, who was destined to be the last of his line, his rebus of a gold well is also to be seen on the gate, must have been thankful that on this occasion at least the privilege of playing host had not fallen upon himself. The gateway is smothered in heraldry, most of which has to do with the royal family and the church. Directly above the main archway is the coat of arms of King Henry VII. Lions passant garden in pale or, and lilies or, with a greyhound and a red dragon as supporters of the shield. Elsewhere we can pick out the rose en soleil crowned, the badge of the combined houses of Lancaster and York, and the Beaufort portcullis, reminder of the castle where the ubiquitous Beauforts were sired by old John of Gaunt, comparing the present appearance of the gate with the old prints and etchings depicting it in the 18th century, one would suppose that its main structure had undergone no startling changes between that period and our own. Great is our surprise, therefore, in coming upon prints and photographs belonging to the years between 1800 and the mid-30s of this century, to find that its charming octagonal turrets have unaccountably vanished. The tale of the twin turrets, as by chance it has been preserved in a letter written by one Prebendary George Gilbert, takes away one's breath. My father, writes the reverend gentleman, was one day in the bank of Simmons and Gips at the corner of St. Margaret Street. Alderman Simmons and Jessie White, then cathedral surveyor, were present. The exact time of day was asked by the alderman, who said, "If those turrets of the cathedral gate were away, we should see the church clock from the bank door. Can't you pull them down, Jessie?" "It shall be done," replied Jessie. And it was done. The same Jessie White, a man of substance, says Mr. Gilbert, in body and in pocket, adorned the nave with wooden pinnacles, and was responsible for various other curiosities in the same material, so that Canon John Danks, in his invaluable memorials, observed that if he, Jessie White, had lived to the age of Methuselah, which seems to be a charitable way of saying that if he had not died when, thank God, he actually did, it is conceivable that our descendants would have had a wooden cathedral. In any case, they were left with a flat-topped gate until, under the auspices of a later cathedral architect, W. Carrow, and with funds donated by the Friends of Canterbury Cathedral, the entire structure was carefully cleaned and meticulously restored, and the turrets were popped on again as neatly as if they had never come off. The work was completed in the mid-30s, at about the same time that Murder in the Cathedral was commissioned for the Friends Festival and performed in the chapter house. The Friends, in those early days of their existence, had their office inside the gate. Amid so many activities, the steward and treasurer was in her element, her vintage bike propped up against the wall, her typewriter clacking on into the silence of the night, long after the heavy wooden doors bearing Archbishop Juxon's arms were shut and locked. Not Archbishop Becket himself was more of a figure in his day than Miss Margaret Babington in hers. straight as a rod, thin as a stick, with her carroty hair, and her nose like a precision instrument, and her flowered silks perched up high on her bike, that startling old machine that was a kind of local personality in itself. Certainly, she was the most remarkable individual ever to inhabit Christchurch Gate. Christchurch Gate has the disadvantage, however, of leading directly to something which distracts the attention immediately and entirely away from it. Even the present-day tourists, although they appear to be, for the most part, too preoccupied with taking photographs actually to look at the cathedral when they first see it, dive beneath the gateway and, positioning themselves against it, tilt their cameras upwards and sideways at the view beyond. As one passes through the gateway and enters the southwest corner of the precincts, the impact of the cathedral produces a particular kind of shock, sudden and overwhelming without being in any way violent. The eye is carried upwards in a stroking movement. It rises to the height of Harry Tower and comes back to the lesser height of the twin towers, Arundel and Dunstan, with an effect upon the psychosomatic system similar to that of the ancient plainsong music of the church. One does not in fact perceive the whole length of the building from this standpoint. The presbytery and the Trinity Chapel are obscured by the jutting out of the southeast transept, and yet one is not misled. The proportions are so nearly perfect that what is not seen is unconsciously understood. If people would only have the patience to stand quietly for a time in this corner of the precincts, simply looking at the cathedral before going into it, they would find themselves being lifted into the dimension to which it properly belongs, so that when they are ready to go in, their minds will be open to its influence. Gothic architecture has the peculiar characteristic of combining an ideal balance, the qualities in an ideal balance, the qualities of ethereality and weight. In this way, it is an expression in stone of the teachings of the Church. Each one of the great religions has its own particular emphasis. Christianity has laid stress upon the mysterious paradox of the descent of a divine being into the depths of earth, so that matter itself may be spiritualized and raised up. A building such as Canterbury Cathedral, designed and erected in accordance with principles evolved and handed down through generations of craftsmen within the context of the Christian faith, demonstrates the possibility of combining the utmost possible impression of earthy weight with the utmost possible impression of weightless aspiration to the apex of the celestial vault. This is achieved by means of the geometrical proportions of the building as a whole, together with the soaring nature of its various features with their intricate and delicate ornamentation, every feature having a practical function to perform, every function being enlisted in the service of a meaning beyond itself. The exterior of the nave is visible in its entirety from Christchurch Gate. This part of the cathedral was built in the late 14th and early 15th centuries on the site of the old Norman nave of Archbishop Lanfranc. Hence it is later in style than the choir, which lies to the east. This is the style known as perpendicular, a term covering English Gothic architecture during the period from 1335 to 1530. Bell Harry Tower, which was actually erected during the last decade of the 15th century, is conservative in style, harmonizing so unerringly with the nave as to seem as if both were the work of a single architect, although in fact almost a century elapsed between the two great building operations which they represent. Bell Harry was raised under the auspices of John Wastel, the architect responsible for King's College Chapel in Cambridge. Wastel may have been basing his work upon earlier plans, a considerable gap having occurred between the first putting in hand of the project and its final carrying out. Prior Sellinge, in a letter to Archbishop Morton, which must have been written very shortly before his death, refers to the matter as follows: Most Reverend Father in God, and my most singular godly Lord, after all due recommendation and humble obedience promised, pleased at the same to understand that Master Surveyor and I have communed with Joe Wastel, your mason, bearer hereof, to perceive of him what form and shape he will keep in resigned to the pinnacles of your new tower here. He drew unto us 2 patrons of him. The one was with double finial, without crockets, and the other was with crockets, and a single finial. These 2 patrons please, to your God's grace, to command the said Joe Wastel to draw and show them unto you, and upon the set of them your grace show him your advice and pleasure, which of them 2 or of any other to be devised shall content your good lordship to be appointed. And furthermore, if your good grace would require the said Joe Wastel to do so, I think that he may so provide that these pinnacles may be finished and accomplished this next summer following, the which, if it must be so, be that your tower outward should appear a work perfect. And it did so appear. It is the glory of Canterbury Cathedral, inferior in beauty to nothing which the hand of man has ever devised, to the glory of God.
And here's a shot from the other side of the lawn, a shot you know very well because it's almost the shot from the white table where we've sat having dinner and breakfast and tea many a time with you, Matthew, over the years. And I think probably where you sat as well with Becky, with Mum, when you were both here. I thought you might enjoy this view. And as you can see, evening's coming on, so the sun's setting behind the house. And we'll walk on now and go into the kitchen garden. So we're just coming into the kitchen garden here, and we've been greeted by our lovely friend Tiger, who's sitting on the bench waiting for us. There we go. And we keep the Union Jack up we don't keep the Union Jack, we keep the Star Spangled Banner up in the window of the kitchen garden shed because it just reminds us of being in the States and cheers us up when people are being pretty nasty. And so I can come and hide out here, and it's a nice place to be, remembering sort of lovely friends like you guys and so many others on the other side of the pond. Here's the herb wheel and a rather algae-laden fountain, which I think I need to get on and clean, really. It's looking rather yucky, but that's been quite a success. We made a little well, which I can't remember if you've seen or not, but we used an old planter as the top, and I just drilled a hole in the bottom, put the pump through, and it works quite well actually. It just gives a lovely sound of music in this area and allows us to just have a little bit of sort of tranquility in the middle of the herb wheel. And around the herb wheel, I'll try and pan round. You've then got beds for cut flowers so that we don't have to buy them in too much with all the entertaining and the events and what have you in the house in normal years. So again, because we've not needed so many this year, those beds there are usually dahlias or dahlias, and we've had some problem with dahlia blights, so we've left those reasonably fallow this year so that the ground can recover and we can feed it in the autumn, and then it would do better next year. And then similarly over here we've got quite a few flowers, but they're coming to the end of the season. I have to say I know how they feel. And the greenhouse behind is coming down because the shed's getting moved over there. And then we'll come round this way, and you can see the bean poles over in the distance with some lovely runner beans. And there's Tiger again. We'll carry on down the path. And look who we found sitting on the bench. He is doing really well. As you know, he sadly had cancer in his legs, so he had to have a leg removed last year. But being the brave little boy that he is, Tiger, he has been really brilliant. So he's adjusted really well. The other shock that he had, and indeed Robert and I had, particularly Robert, but you know, both of us, was that Monkey sadly died as well of cancer. So at about the same time that he was dealing with his problems, Monkey was getting increasingly unwell, but we didn't realise, and then ended up dying of an embolism, and which, you know, really devastated us. But he's Tiger's come through all of that, being the great little hero that he is. And he's doing really well. So he's getting around with 3 paws, better than most of the others do with 4. Here we are. This is the beginning of the long walk, which will eventually take us to the far end of the Dean's Walk if we carry it all the way up, but I don't think I'm going to today. But you can see lots of bean poles and some and the fruit cage, which you know. I think that we saw the one at Great Dixter, which inspired me to really build that one using Kentish hop poles, which incredibly I managed to get for about £3 each. And Pete Van Dyke, who you might remember. He was our wonderful old gardener, and I constructed that with the help from one of the gardeners, Jeff. One of the carpenters, Jeff. And that was a really fun project, except for the fact that Pete and I went over to get it, and it was the coldest day for something like 20 years, and it was on this farm, beautiful farm over near Chilham, right up on top at one of the highest points of Kent, with this north wind that was absolutely freezing, and it was very funny, and Pete and I just couldn't feel anything for about a week afterwards, bless him. He's always such a good sport, and he and Ria are still really dear friends, but no, it stood the test of time. I think that we probably built that maybe 10 years ago, maybe 12 or 13 years ago now, but we still get loads of fruit in there, and then our policy is still the same, that we take one crop and then open up the doors and let all the birds go in, and they take what's remaining of the fruit, but they also take all the pests and insects and sort of clear all the bushes up, so we don't have to spray the bushes. And so far it's worked really well. A little bit of leaf curl, but we just take those off, and apart from that, it just means that we've got completely organic fruit, which is obviously really nice. So I'll just zoom in so that you can see that. You probably can't see what on earth I'm talking about, but so it's the fruit cage there. So Russell is making himself known, and I think that means he probably wants to be on camera because he's a bit of a camera junkie. So we'll move on and see if we can find them. I hope you'll forgive me pausing to show this view. We had to take a tree down which was self-sown originally, was starting to take over all the hedgerow and cause some problems. So it was a bit of a weed anyway. And so what it's done is allow us to open up this view from the kitchen garden, which is a really lovely view, obviously. And so I thought I'd just share that with you as we're coming down the walk by the fruit cage, which is behind me at the moment. And there you can see the flag of St George flying in front of the Bell Harry Tower. So we've gone from the Star Spangled Banner to St George. Good connection. And the final part, actually, of the fruit cage is a little bit of a pen for poultry, and at the moment we've got some little fancies. So we've got some miniature Pekins and also some Siamese, which are miniature Silkies, which are very cute, and they'll eventually come out when they're fully grown. They're still a little bit juvenile at the moment. There's a little Malay Sarama cockerel there. Sadly, his partner died, so we've got to replace her. But they're all very friendly, and they're wanting cuddles at the moment, so they're not going to get the cuddles that they want, not until later. And then at the back there's some pheasants who are also really friendly, but I don't know why they're being a bit shy, maybe because of the camera. But there's 2 white, and then in total we've got 9 ordinary-ish cockerels, what am I saying, pheasants, and they're Canadian blackneck, and also the sort of generic, typical ones, the common ones, and they'll just roam around the garden as well when they're a little bit bigger. So now we'll leave our little furry friends here. See you later, guys. And then we'll go on through the fern garden, and we'll go through the ferns, which you can see at the moment. And then go through there, and we'll go into the orchard. So you can probably hear the fountain or waterfall at the moment, which comes down from the Bastion garden. That's been a huge success, and we'll go up there in a minute. I'm actually just keeping away from Russell at the moment, who's trying to get a bit too boisterous. But we're going up into the orchard, and then we'll have a look in there. So that's the path that we just walked up, and then over to the side you can see to the left you can see the sort of boggy area where the ponds are, and that's fed by the stream which comes down in front of me all the way along here. And of course is a perfect haven for all of the rescue slow worms and amphibians and hedgehogs and everything else that we get dropped off here. And then this is the area which is in the spring a really pretty wildflower garden, but at the moment is trimmed back, but also we get some help from Clemmy and Winnie to keep this mown. And this is mostly cherries down in this area, and then a few apples. But then and also, you know, myrobolans and sort of old heritage cherry type fruits, a medlar there, and then we go up more into the older trees, which are some of the Bramleys, the older varieties of apples, and also the pears. And of course that's where the beehives are too. And as you can see, there's loads of fruit which needs picking at some point, and then we can put some of the fruit on the stall, and then also I can make some apple jelly out of the others. So I haven't actually got his shoes on at the moment, so I'm not going to walk up to the Dean's Walk. But I hope you've enjoyed this little trip through the garden, which you know so well.
We're still sitting in the orchard, Matthew, but Lily and I are still on the stone bench here beneath the apple tree, and the sunshine is coming through onto us. We thought we'd read just two little bits of T.S. Eliot's Little Gidding, because nothing speaks more poignantly about holy places and places of pilgrimage than his poem about Little Gidding, where Nicholas Ferrer and his community lived. If you came this way, taking the route you would be likely to take from the place you would be likely to come from, if you came this way in May time, you would find the hedges white again in May with voluptuary sweetness. It would be the same at the end of the journey if you came at night like a broken king. If you came by day not knowing what you came for, it would be the same when you leave the rough road and turn behind the pigsty to the dull facade and the tombstone, and what you thought you came for is only a shell, a husk of meaning from which the purpose breaks only when it is fulfilled, if at all. Either you had no purpose, or the purpose is beyond the end you figured and is altered in fulfillment. There are other places which also are the world's end, some at the sea jaws, or over a dark lake, in a desert or a city, but this is the nearest, in place and time, now and in England. If you came this way, taking any route, starting from anywhere, at any time or at any season, it would always be the same. You would have to put off sense and notion. You are not here to verify, instruct yourself, or inform curiosity, or carry report. You are here to kneel where prayer has been valid, and prayer is more than an order of words, the conscious occupation of the praying mind, or the sound of the voice praying, and what the dead had no speech for when living, they can tell you, being dead. The communication of the dead is tongued with fire beyond the language of the living. Here, the intersection of the timeless moment is England and nowhere, never and always. What we call the beginning is often the end, and to make an end is to make a beginning. The end is where we start from, and every phrase and sentence that is right, where every word is at home, taking its place to support the others, the word neither diffident nor ostentatious, an easy commerce of the old and the new, the common word exact without vulgarity, the formal word precise but not pedantic, the complete consort dancing together, every phrase and every sentence is an end and a beginning. Every poem is an epitaph, and any action is a step to the block, to the fire, down the sea's throat, or to an illegible stone. And that's where we start. We die with the dying, see, they depart, and we go with them. We are born with the dead, see, they return and bring us with them. The moment of the rose and the moment of the yew tree are of equal duration. A people without history is not redeemed from time, for history is a pattern of timeless moments. So while the light fails on a winter's afternoon in a secluded chapel, history is now and England. With the drawing of this love and the voice of this calling, we shall not cease from exploration, and the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time. Through the unknown remembered gate, when the last of earth left to discover is that which was the beginning, at the source of the longest river, the voice of the hidden waterfall and the children in the apple tree, not known, because not looked for, but heard, half heard, in the stillness between two waves of the sea. Quick, now, here, now, always. A condition of complete simplicity, costing not less than everything. And all shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well, when the tongues of flame are enfolded into the crowned knot of fire, and the fire and the rose are one.